Good evening, YouTube. So I hope you can hear me loud and clear. Now, this will be open to guests, but only 3 of them, because we already have Tim and Cody waiting Corky waiting patiently in the green room. So the way we can do this, because we had quite a few guests the last time, it will be a first in, first out. So choose your entry spot wisely. Right, so we have Tim. Say hello, Tim.
Hello, Tim.
Oh, Tim, turn your mic up or something.
Oh, for God's sake, turn your hearing aids up. My hearing aids are working. What's wrong with yours, Dave? Come on.
Right, someone buy Tim a new mic. Right, meanwhile, we've also got Corky. Say hello, Corky.
Hi.
Oh, look, he hasn't fixed the hole in the bloody wall. Look at that.
No, I have not.
Yeah. Oh, you heard that all right. See, nothing like
Yeah.
See? There you go.
Corky, did you turn a light on? You're much brighter. In fact, you're really bright.
Yeah, it's actually right into my eye, but we're all
Yeah, I'm the same. I've got a bright light there.
You paid the electricity bill, did you?
Or maybe convert it to LEDs. They're much cheaper. Right, make sure we keep an eye on chat. And also, I did add a link. Oh, there's Jim. Jim. Welcome, Jim. Jim is in the building.
Hey, Jim, how are you, buddy?
Room for 2 more. Right, in the chat, we have...
Thanks for having me.
Early was Steve Moore, but I don't think he is here anymore. Jim E. Hello, Jim. And we have... And Jim's gone. Oh, well, that was quick.
That's that new first in, first serve thing, isn't it? They get in, they say hello, and they piss off, isn't it? Isn't that what happens?
They can stay for a bit longer.
Oh, they can stay. You never explained that.
No, it wasn't. Anyway, I'm so confused, right? So Joe's Trains. Hello, Joe. How you doing? And I'm sure someone else jumped in there. Solar Garage. How you doing, Bill? Welcome to see you. Welcome to... What does that even mean?
Ian, if you just scroll up a bit, it's in the chat.
And there is Graham Evans. How you doing, Graham? And of course, Ian popped in. Ian, I will put in the link. Yeah.
The train passing by.
Okay, Ian, there's the link if you want to join us. Jim's back. Quick.
Hey, Corky, there's a problem.
Yeah,
it's joined together. It should be in bits and pieces, seeing you're the murderer.
I already murdered him.
Oh, right, yeah.
It's all right, Jim. It's just continuing us. It's just us.
How's everyone's mic volumes? Testing. 1, 2, 5.
Mine's terrible.
How's this? Everything okay? I hear you.
I hear you.
Okay, everyone seems fine. Maybe my volume's just a wee bit low then. Hold on.
That's all right. We're just talking about you, Dave. That's all right. We don't need you.
Jim, we could not remember your name. We were like, who was that guy? We need to get him back in. And no one could remember your name, Jim. I do apologize.
No, that's okay.
And I was like, Jim, he was the guy that made his own decoders.
We were trying to think who it was. And it was like, but he was wasn't he in that room? And I said,
I've got a ton of windows open here right now. I closed the wrong one by accident. Let me see what I need to do here.
What are you doing?
I think he might be leaving us soon.
Nope. Okay. Let's see here.
Just remember, don't be in YouTube when you're on this with us. If anyone comes into this, get out of the YouTube, or at least just close the volume on your YouTube channel while you're in here with us.
And enter
Let's see here.
Ian Farrell. Ian Farrell. Ian, how you doing? Ian?
Ian. Where? That guy owes me money.
Ian, are you just back from the office? What the hell?
I'm at work.
Okay, better be quiet, everyone.
Shh, Ian's at work. Quick, Ian, can we have a white with two? One with cream, one with...
Well,
yeah,
I work for a hotel, so...
concierge, eh?
Hey, Dave,
when we need that
conference, when we need that conference and all those spare rooms, Dave? Yeah, Ian?
Hold on, wait. Joe, I do see you, but I do have a quick question for Corky.
Yeah.
Where did you park your helicopter?
Oh, do you hear a fan?
Right.
Anyway, here's Joe. How you doing, Joe?
Hello.
Hey,
Not
buddy.
too bad. How are you guys?
Hey, Joe, I'll send you an electricity bill.
A what?
An electricity bill. Then you can make your trains work.
Oh, okay.
Uh-oh. Jim's closed his window again.
Jim, you don't hit that little leave studio button.
So is the fan quieter now?
What? Huh? What?
I had a fan going.
Oh, you had a fan outside your window, right? What was her name?
Was your fan called Jack Jack?
Straight into it, ka-ching.
Right, let me play with some of these windows. Oh, not that one, not that one, or that one. Where's the one that we all get?
One day when this lady met this fellow.
It's not that one.
Yeah, that thing. Yeah.
Yeah,
It must be a
Tim's now a
custom
duck.
window. Okay, that one will do. That one will do. What's happened to Jim? Oh, there, Jim's back. Jim, stop shutting your windows down.
I know. Keep closing the wrong fucking window.
I think Jim's seen a bit of sun by the look of his
Okay.
face.
I need to cut the volume to one of these feeds here.
Looks
Jimmy,
like
I-
Jim's been on a cruise or something.
Jim looks like a jolly Santa Claus tonight, doesn't he?
Santa goes to Florida.
Yeah.
Santa goes on holiday.
So I've got I've got a question for Tim. Tim.
Oh,
So I was just wondering, how were your kangaroo burgers last night?
oh, they were good. Well
Oh,
done.
okay.
Yeah,
That was supposed to be
well.
an insult, but apparently you guys do actually eat kangaroos, right?
Yes, we do, and I've tried it years ago. It's a bit firmer than normal, but yeah. But no, not last night. Just normal hamburgers. But mind you, I added a bit of onion, bit of carrot to it. So
Yeah, I don't care.
Oh.
Okay. It was meant to be a joke. We don't
They're-
actually need to know your recipe.
Plonk.
There's a
That's
company
what-
that actually does kangaroo burgers over here, about 30 miles from here.
Are you talking about Outback?
Nope.
Okay.
Yeah, because we're overpopulated with kangaroos, we cull them. So yeah, and then they cut them up and do what they need to. So yeah.
It's the same in most countries. We've all got animals that most people wouldn't eat, you know? Like,
Snakes,
what?
spiders, snakes, spiders.
I'd love to try a spider, not spider, a snake.
When I was down in Florida, they had crocodile, alligator, and snake. I didn't try any of it.
You got to try these things. If you never try it, you'll never know, right?
Apparently, snakes. Quite.
Yeah.
Hey, Caboose, Mr. Dave, Aaron, how are you, buddy? And Stephen.
There was a hotel that I was working for in Ohio, in the greater Dayton area, and the person who had taken over operations for the restaurant was looking to change it to a Caribbean theme, offering alligator on the menu. And I'm thinking to myself, this is, you're talking Dayton, Ohio, which is like
Yep.
in the heartland of the Midwest.
Yep.
No one in their right mind in Ohio, let alone Dayton, is going to want to eat alligator.
Why not?
It's just, I lived in Dayton for about maybe a year and a few months too long, during my first marriage.
I'm just
And that
curious
was a-
because I'm in
That was a
Australia.
match made in hell.
Why don't they want to do that in there? Because I'm in Australia, I don't really know all those sort of what's to go with all those sort of places. So why don't they want to eat it in that area?
It's
Just
the
not something you
Midwest.
really see.
Yeah, it's just you're.
It's just you don't. You just don't offer alligator to people in Ohio.
No.
I'd like to do?
Florida, down in the bayou, everyone just eats everything.
Yep.
Son
I
of a
tried it
gun.
once. I tried it once. It was just too gamey. My
Big fun.
son, he went to the butcher and he brought home a whole bunch of exotic meats. Alligator was one of them. and I tell you, I just slather it with barbecue sauce. You know.
But
Where's the
tough?
ketchup?
Jim, is it a tough meat or?
It's pretty. I'd imagine it's pretty gamey.
If I remember correctly, it was a little stringy because we had a whole bunch of different meats there too. I don't think it was kangaroo, but some rabbit and venison and stuff that people don't normally eat. Well, I don't know.
Well, we have rabbit and venison and stuff here in Australia, so yeah. But
no, I think I'll stick to the basic beef and chicken. That's it for me.
I agree with that.
Yeah, I'll stick to that too. I'm not one
Being in Utah, we get a lot of elk.
I'll eat beef, chicken, pork.
Room service, Ian. Room service.
Room number 5. Room number 5. Your meal
Like
is
an
ready.
eggs Benedict delivered to my bedside, please.
Speak of that, please hold. Please hold on one live stream.
Oh, that's funny. Look at him. The things we can see behind his back.
Yep.
Watch him quickly turn the volume down. Click.
Oh, he might be. I'm sure he muted us. He'll lose his job if he didn't.
Is that? Oh, Ian's at work right now. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yes, he has. He's turned his microphone off. I can see the line across the mic.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
okay.
But he
So-
might not turn the sound off, so maybe we can
Oh.
talk to the
yeah.
person also.
Nah, surely not. It's not that daft. I'm just
Put
trying to
it on
imagine what he's
speakerphone.
saying, though. He'll be like, so did you try
No,
switching it off
hang
and
on,
back
no,
on again? Oh, no, he's turning the sound down. Oh, no. He's checking the booking. No, you have indeed been double booked. Oh, we can offer you the presidential suite for
Oh,
twice
he's got a
the price.
smile. He must have turned it back on. He's got a smile.
No, you're still muted, Ian.
Try again.
Maybe they're requesting new warm sheets.
New clean sheets, maybe.
Maybe.
Well, he's laughing, but we can't hear him because he's still got his microphone clicked. He's thinking, "Oh, what? What did I do?" That's it. That's done
for
it.
you guys.
Don't worry, Ian. Don't worry, Ian. You're doing better than I was. I was like, closing windows, opening windows.
Hold on a second. Bullhead said, I think Bullhead's been eating beaver. Please explain yourself. Have you actually tried eating beaver?
Canadian fever.
Oh, this is good. That's
I'm not touching that one.
You got the parental guidance warning underneath your
Hey, sidetracks.
underneath your window there in the title there. You've got what do you get there? Parental guidance recommended. So you're covered now.
Yeah.
I suppose
We
it's
should have the disclaimer. Yeah.
past the watershed in
Yeah.
some countries, right?
Yeah.
Right, Joe. So you're all sorted now, yeah? You got your trains running at last.
Yep, Dave. I stayed up till about 11 o'clock my time, just talking to Tim, just trying to get this stupid thing sorted.
Oh,
Finally
Joe,
going.
I sent you that link. Did that help any? The NCE. NCC?
I did read up on it, and of course, I already sent my system off 3
Okay.
days before you emailed that to me, and haven't had time to test it, which I wasn't able to go into the higher functions anyways, like, F 11 to 20 or,
Yeah.
the higher functions, so I had to send it off anyways.
Okay.
So is there only
So you're going to use that shift key. You shift whatever to get functions 9 through whatever or whatever the numbers.
Yeah,
are.
I tested everything I could.
Hey, Aaron, thanks.
Yeah, your system was in there. It was like 3 or 4 pages down. They had all the different systems in that one manual, and I noticed yours because I'm installing a 10 amp booster. I gotta get that wired in, and
Right, Aaron.
I know a guy that was looking for that. Let me get a hold of him. See if I can send
Yeah,
him
and which I bought the 2.5 amp system off a guy out here after I had the 5 amp booster, which, you know, my controller's still hooked up to it and everything, but I got the box with the 2.5 amp starter system, just didn't come with a manual, and I'm like,
Just didn't come with the manual. Well, let me ask: Are you combining both of them, or are you just using one or the other? I mean, you should isolate the 2.5 from the 5 amp, you know, in different blocks and, you know, sections of the layout, that kind of thing. They shouldn't be, you know, wired together.
Oh, really?
Yeah, you know, you get the track feed from the 2.5 amp system, and you get the track feed from the 5 amp system. You don't want them to cross each other. You don't want them mixed into each other, because in the 5 amp system feeds into the 2.5 amp system. So you want to make sure you keep those isolated, like power districts on your layout or something like that. You know, if you want one end, and that little loop and normal function there. Remember that little switch there on there? It says loop and normal.
Yeah.
Loop is for reverse loops. You can hook that 5 amp system directly up to a reverse loop, and what that does is that flips the polarity every time there's a short. Keep that in normal mode because you want it to shut down in case you get a short. That kind of thing.
Gotcha.
So,
I'm learning more than I did in school.
I didn't mean to take over the conversation or anything, but I just wanted to get those out there. Just so you might be aware.
I don't know much about, as I said to the boys earlier, I said I don't know much about all this DCC stuff, but give me the electronics and all that sort of stuff. I'm good to go. So I'm still learning about that side of it myself, the controls and everything. But I'm not going into DCC yet. But as I'm learning and doing all that sort of stuff and watching people and helping people, I'm learning about it myself. So when it comes that time, it's not going to be afterwards.
Oh, yeah.
Well, that clip's getting saved.
Oh, damn.
Right, Graham Evans is asking a question. Gentlemen, I have... No. Oh, please.
Have any of you?
Yeah, I get it. Have any of you tried the new Hornby HM7000 series? I don't know what that is, so I will...
Is that a controller? Because I've got the H&M 2000. Is that what he's talking?
And I would have no idea, being American.
No, I'm not familiar with the European stuff. Hornby and that.
Ian's back. He's on his head.
Closest I came to a European locomotive was the Lima FP45 that I got running again.
So, Graham, can you help us out? Is it a Hornby HM7? Is that a controller or is that an engine or loco or something that you're wanting to know help on? Give us a bit more info, please, buddy. Oh, here we go. It's the new Bluetooth system, very good and a lot cheaper than buying sound.
Good.
I don't know.
It looks very interesting. I'm looking up right now.
But hang on, when we talk about Bluetooth systems here in Australia and people with 4 drives, the Bluetooth system is something that's here and there, but not joined together. So that's what we call a Bluetooth tail shaft or something like that, because it just ain't there.
It looks like it's a Bluetooth system for your phone.
Oh, okay, so you can control it from your phone. Oh, okay.
That's the way it looks, yeah.
Right, okay.
Yeah, as I understand it, the Bluetooth receiver is in the locomotive, and there's a constant, AC voltage to the track, just like DCC. But instead of the digital signal being sent through the rails, it's sent wireless through a Bluetooth directly to the locomotive.
A bit like remote controls type stuff. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, exactly. Only it's sent through your computer through the wireless Bluetooth stuff.
So that's like DCEX sort of stuff that Cody and I were talking about.
Yeah, it's similar to that. There's a whole bunch of new control systems and stuff out there. It's hard to keep track of them sometimes.
Yes, it is.
So I've got so much invested in NCE right now that I got it. It worked. I'm sticking with it. That kind of thing.
Right. Yep. Okay. We'll see.
Right, I just want to answer a quick question that Caboose was asking about turnout switches. So personally, I'm going to eventually, once Ian teaches us all to use the Arduino, I'm going to be hooking up all of these little guys. Okay.
Okay, that's a survey.
Oh, the servos. Yes, the servos.
So I 3D printed these little mounts.
Awesome. Very good.
So
Very
that will
good.
get stuck on the that will get stuck in the underside of the layout. There'll be a wire, piano wire, whatever, going up this way to the turnout switch to make it lever back and forward. So that's the plan. And yes, I know you can get turnout motors, but they're like $20-$30 each. And I need quite a few, whereas a pack of these are pretty cheap. I can 3D print these. So, as I say, Ian, get on with it. I need to know how to use this Arduino, although I've learned a lot.
I'm still learning about Arduinos. I mean,
yeah, but you already know more than me.
It was a miracle that I got the DCC-EX thing to work.
Well, Corky and I were talking about that the other day, and the more I think about it, that might be something I might do, because I used to be heavily into remote control boats and aeroplanes and stuff like that years ago. And I've got controllers, servos, electronic speed controllers, all that sort of stuff. So maybe that might be a better avenue for me when I get down to that side of it. So, yeah. But those servos, yeah, great, because you can control them and everything. So, yeah.
I just happen to have on my desk here some Arduino stuff here. These are this is a digital mass decoder.
Oh, wrong screen, Dave.
Yeah, I'm trying to. I've forgotten how you would do the. There we go.
There you go.
Yeah, there we go. It uses the Arduino Pro Mini, and you can pick those up for about $3 a piece. The real cheap ones. I find the most inexpensive ones.
That's American, though, isn't it, Jim? That's at $3 American.
$3 American, yes.
Yeah.
Now you buy them cheap, and they're not exactly.
There it is.
And they control the signals. Just like your locomotives, they have addresses. They
Is
run
that connected via USB or?
No. What it is that in addition to locomotive commands, you can send mast commands, accessory commands over your track bus. And one of the things is you can send a mast command, and you actually give the decoder an address. And this is address 1304. And JMRI does all the logic for the signals. So when I throw a switch on my layout, JMRI knows that, okay, I need to send a command to mast number 1304, and it changes the signals. And but again, I've got projects going here. If I can just show you a little something there. I'm building a signal bridge here.
Oh, cool.
And some also Arduino stuff is really taking over model railroading. I mean, the things that you can do with it is incredible.
Well, there's a lot of people in my 3D printing group that I talk about and all that sort of stuff. They're really heavily into using Arduinos for their 3D printers. But I still don't know enough about that yet, but maybe that's the way I might go for that sort of stuff, because I'm pretty heavily into computers and stuff, but yeah.
Yeah, my friend Larry in Florida, he writes the code for this. I'm not a code guy. I can write a little bit of code, but I'm not that great. But he actually, wrote the code to program these to work as decoders.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I did C++ all that years ago and all that programming stuff years ago, but nowadays I'm a bit out of it. But yeah. So just hang on a second. Those couple of wires coming out the side of it that we can see.
Yeah. I'll show you right here.
Where do those wires go to?
Okay, the black and red, a little colorblind here. The black and red come from the track. This is the track. This is where the DCC signal comes from.
Right.
The Arduinos, they run on 5 volts. These are 5-volt Arduinos here. So I can't hook them up to the 14 volts AC from the track.
Right.
So what this circuit does here is it takes the DCC signal off the track feed and puts it onto the power feed for the Arduino. So the DC, I only have the black and red here for the signal itself. And this little circuit with an optocoupler, I don't want to get too technical, it transfers the circuit onto the 5 volts. And the 5-volt feed is fed into the Arduino itself. And the Arduino is programmed to read that DCC signal and then act accordingly. I'm really impressed with the code that Larry wrote for this, because it works really well, because the NMRA has standards for DCC commands and all that. and you have to download some of the libraries from the NMRA and all that. But again, I don't want to dominate the conversation or anything again.
No, it's interesting.
There's a lot that can be done with Arduinos. I got Arduinos all over my layout that open and close the doors for the turntable house.
Can I ask a quick question? Sorry, Tim. Can I ask a quick question while we're on the Arduino thing? Can the Arduinos all be linked together?
Well,
as in communicate together.
Oh yeah, I mean this little Arduino here, this Pro Mini is actually it has 16 inputs or outputs on it. 16 pins can either be programmed as an input or an output. I have one pin on this programmed as an input. That's where the DCC signal comes in.
Right. So,
yeah.
What I was getting at was I got you guys, you and Ian will know exactly, and Tim, you'll know what this is, right? If I can remember how to do this. Sure. Me, nope. And I'm back. Right. This one. No, wrong one. What is going on? No, not that one. There's too many options. Right, here we go. Okay. I couldn't see me from being in the dark. Okay. You know what that's right? That's the Mega 3. That's what I was talking about. How many of these do I need? Or if I need more than one, can these things all communicate with each other?
For DCCEX or just to control the Arduinos?
Well, I'm thinking one of these to do the track, and then if I want to control lights and functions around the layout, do I need multiple versions of that?
Well, I would play it safe and just use the one Arduino Mega for the DCCEX system, because right on top of that Mega, you put the DCCEX motor shield.
Yeah.
And then if you're going to control the trains by Wi-Fi, then you need to put the Wi-Fi shield right on top of the motor shield.
Yeah.
Okay. But if you want to do Arduinos all around the layout, then you'd play it safe by just putting, using a separate Arduino board.
Okay, so will I only need one Arduino Mega 3 to do all that other stuff, or does it need to be multiple Arduino Mega 3 type boards?
Well, you might not need a Mega. The Mega was just for the DCCEX itself. You could just use probably an Arduino 1, which is the smaller scale Arduino board, which you could use for DCCEX, but DCCEX does not recommend it.
Okay.
You have to go with the Mega for DCCEX.
Yeah, like your Mega's your main control system, and then you can have multiples off that.
Right, but when you connect the power, you have to do it you have to connect it to the motor shield itself, to the DCCEX 8874. Because if you plug the power into the Mega, you fry it. If you're using a non-DCCEX 8874, like what was it, the Arduino R3 motor shield, then you could plug your power into the Mega. But you have to scratch. You have to scratch out a thing from the motor shield. What is that?
I don't know. I don't have my glasses on. I was hoping you could tell me.
Electronic circuit board that Dave does know nothing about.
All I know so far is that all these things get sandwiched together. You got the Arduino Mega, and then you put on the motor shield, and then you put on the Wi-Fi shield.
Hey, Cody.
Right?
Right.
And they all plug in together.
What was that? The motor shield, or was that?
I don't know. No, this is the motor shield, unless I put it in the wrong box.
Can I see the top and bottom?
Right. So that's the motor shield. Because it says motor shield on it right there.
What does it say in the bottom?
Yeah, hold on, the sponge on it. It says Motor Shield.
So
Open source electronics platform.
DCCEX?
Okay. So that's the
No,
Motor Shield. That goes on top of the
All right.
Mega,
If
and then
that's
that's the
an-
Wi-Fi
that's an
shield. That goes on top of that, and then they all sandwich together, and you plug it in, and everything works perfectly, right?
Yes.
In theory, yes,
That's all I
but Dave, that
Yeah.
isn't a DCCEX motor shield. If
No.
it's not a DCCEX motor shield, then there should be something on the motor on that particular motor shield that says VIN.
Yeah, I know what you're saying. I need to.
Yeah,
basically-
you have to scratch that out.
Yeah. Yeah, don't worry, I'll get to that because I got this before DCCEX made their own version, so I know it works, and there's stuff I need to do to it. Right, okay, folks, we're going to lose.
I'm not
people if we
shouting.
keep talking about
I'm
this.
sorry for shouting.
Oh,
You
no,
don't
you're
sound
not.
too bad.
No, it's funny, Dave. When my friend Larry introduced me to the Arduino stuff and all this, I was just like you, man. Everything just went right over my head, and my eyes would start to glaze over as he was talking. And I just kind of learned it through osmosis, through repetition.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, I pick up a little bit here, a little bit there, that kind of thing.
Now, there's something in the chat stream by Adrian Burkholder. It says you could tell ChatGPT to write new code for Arduino. And I have to agree with that because another YouTuber, DIY and Digital, Jimmy.
I watch him quite a bit.
Some time back, he did make a video about ChatGPT writing code. Hold on.
Yeah, my friend Larry wrote all the code, and when I go into the program, I have to actually write the DCC address in the code. This doesn't work with CV values or anything like that. I actually have to open up the code, find the line where the address goes, and I have to start typing in, where the address itself is. And then I have to figure out things like least significant bit, most significant bit, and put all that information in the code so that they're hard coded to a specific address. You only got to do it once, and once you get it done, you stick it in the layout and forget about it. But yeah, I can really sympathize with you, Dave, because it's very overwhelming.
Oh, I'm not overwhelmed.
Oh, I was like, oh my god.
Oh, I'm just accumulating knowledge. Hey, quick comment. Rainer, I believe your name is ACHB Railway. He posted a wee video, I don't know if it was today or yesterday, a little update to his layout. So his video starts with him in the layout. He's basically in it. He lives in the layout because he's created all sorts of access halls. Wow, I was claustrophobic watching that, and that's why I've not built a layout like that. I don't know how you can do it. Are you happy with that, Rainer? If Rainer is indeed your name, I believe it is. But you're okay with
which one
through the structure of your layout?
You know which one makes me claustrophobic? That Armand guy on the Facebook group. Holy crap. I mean, it looks great, but there's a lot going on.
Oh, yeah. Oof. There's a lot on that track. And I was talking to him.
And he's building more.
Yes, he is.
More, and he wants a bigger layout. And Dave picks on me for saying, there's plenty of space, more track. Armand's track is just about track, and it's everywhere. But there's another guy I watch also, and he's got cardboard cities and stuff. And I think he's in our group also. He's got a cardboard city and stuff, and his trains go everywhere around it. And it's like, one minute you're looking here, and then he runs around, and it's like, hang on, yeah. I love watching some of the videos. It's awesome. It's given me so many ideas for my new layout. So, yeah. And that's what I like about all this stuff.
Unless I'm remembering wrong, isn't it Ian that has a cardboard city layout?
Yes, Ian's got a skyrise layout.
Is that the one that posts a lot of the diesel and stuff running around?
I think so. I might be wrong, but I'm pretty sure.
Ian's away again. So while Ian's away, I'm going to bring Randall in. So let's remove Ian because that's just rude. I've forgotten how to remove people. How do you remove people?
I have.
Up there.
Can't you
Remove
just
from stage. And let's
There we
bring in
go.
Randall since Randall's come in.
Hey, what's happening?
Hey,
Oh,
Randall.
Randall's at work.
Very patient of you. I thought
Yeah.
I thought Caboose would have been in next, but he didn't join us in the studio. So
Hey, Randall, is that you at work or are you just parked in the? Because that looks like doesn't that look like similar to where you were the other week?
No,
You know,
No,
parked over there.
I'm actually at work right now. I'm here till 4 o'clock in the morning.
Oh boy.
Wow.
In fact, there's a train getting ready to pull out right now, so you just saw him pull these headlights on.
Yep.
So,
Oh, you can see the reflection on the other loco. Yep, righto.
Man, that's kind of neat.
That's
So,
right.
Randall, have they allowed you to go home yet, or are you still living out of a hotel room?
no, I'm actually back home.
Yay!
This is the home base where I drive out of. So,
I'm trying to change that view again. Let's see. Oh, look, trains! Yay! Trains, real trains moving.
Oh, look
Yeah,
at that.
diesels. Look at them. Oh, sorry.
Dang it, Tim.
That's all right. Hey, Corky, Dave likes my graffiti loco. He wants to see more of it.
I do. I really like how it's got like a back door, a sort of back window thing or front. I don't know. It looks really cool.
What
Is
was that, Dave? You like back doors?
Yeah, I knew it was coming to that, but is that?
Oh, that's just. Woo!
That's why you're getting the duck at the moment. So
Oh, no. I'm just pleased to be here.
but is that an Australian loco then?
Yes, that's an Aussie loco. Yes, it's a New
That's
South
very cool.
Wales livery, which is next state north of me.
I thought the loco was interesting. I just had different feelings about the graffiti on it.
Yeah, I'm not keen on it, but it looked a bit different. Oh, what was that? Rolls of coils, looks like.
Looks
an
like
oil
Coil
car.
cars, yeah.
Oh, okay.
yeah, that's the old Memphis Tulsa.
Yeah, I like looking at. That's what I like about trains and stuff because there's so many different things you can see. But I like putting different stuff on some of the carriages. But the biggest gripe I have is people putting pieces of wood or machinery and stuff. But it's not restrained. It's not tied down. It's like how many rail companies in the world would have anything on their rail cars and they're not tied down? It's like, oh.
Because
You
you,
know,
really
that's
go
just
for
natural
accuracy on
selection.
your layout, Tim, don't you?
Hang on, there's two people talking to me. Well, hang on, I'll turn
Sorry.
the hearing aid
Sorry,
up.
I was just insulting you.
The other side. What was that?
It's okay, mine was just an insult.
Ah, well, that's usual.
I was saying
Sorry,
it's
no?
natural selection.
I agree.
Ah,
Yeah.
okay. Well, it does happen a lot there in America, doesn't it? There's things falling off trains, coming off the tracks and stuff. It does happen a lot over there, especially that one in the beach.
You know, leave it up to Norfolk Southern. Just leave it all to them.
I was running one today on my layout and it tried to jump the table.
I'm surprised this one hasn't fallen off.
There's one I was watching last night of a young bloke, but the video's like 13 or 14 years old, and I said it'd be interesting to see later. But he's doing kind of like a weird figure eight, and he's having two trains coming this way and two trains coming this way, and for the whole 3/4 of the video, they're just missing each other. Then at the last minute, one touches. Then the weird thing is, as he's trying to put that back on the tracks, one comes up behind and just smashes it all. It's like, oh, wow. It was like 11 minutes worth of video, and I'm sitting there going, wow, this is cool.
Yeah.
And I said, I'd love to see, because you only see the left-hand side, you see like this much past the crossing. So you don't know what's on the other side. And it was all freight cars, and it was like 20 or so carriages, and this was 8 horsepower. This was cool. It's like, you know, the old car and caravan thing on the figure eights that they do at the speedways, like I said to Cody the other day. I love watching
There's
this stuff.
Conrail on there.
Yeah. We all like carnage.
Okay, I get one more question on the techie stuff before we lose everyone from the chat. Does anyone know offhand the voltage and specifications I need for the following items. Bridge rectifiers.
Various, depending on what you're
Yeah,
doing.
as long as they're rated for the voltage that you're using. You know, if you got a 25 volt bridge rectifier, by all means, use it for 14 volts AC. You know, because as long as the rating for the piece of equipment is greater than what you're using it for, you'll be fine.
Right, so 25 volts signifies no more than 25 volts.
Exactly. Yes.
Okay.
And Dave, the bridge rectifier is just 4 diodes
Yes.
in a square. And 2 let power go one way and 2 let power go the other way, but won't let them go the opposite direction. That's all a bridge rectifier is. So if you buy 4 diodes, 4 100I and 10001s, they will be the same as a bridge rectifier, just means you'd have to solder them up. Does that make sense?
Okay, okay. So is it just the voltage, or is there an ampage number as well? Because I see them in AliExpress, and I don't quite know what I'm buying. There's bags and bags of them, but, you know, I don't want to get the wrong ones.
Output voltage, what you need to know, how much is going into it and how much is coming out of it, and that sets your maximum voltage, is usually the rating that they talk about. Is the maximum voltage out. Okay,
right. Capacitors, if I want to make a keep alive, what specification capacitors do I need?
1 UF.
Yeah, they've got these super capacitors now. They're rated for I think it is 5 volts. You can put a bunch of them in series or parallel. I forget which is which. Might blow my mind. But to get the to get the voltage that you want. I forget what size the capacitors are.
They're usually 25 volts or whatever. So you want usually about a 25. And there's different types. There's the little brown ceramic ones. There's the big round capacitors which have 2 legs off the bottom and they look like a tower.
Yeah.
They're probably good. The old motors you see have the little round ceramic ones, and they're
what do you mean?
A 1 UF, which is 1 horseshoe.
That's for noise protection.
How much goes through it, and it's usually so. Most of us for train stuff, if you pull those off the old trains, they will be used. You can use them, or you just buy a normal cylindrical. I'll show you, Dave, after this.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. So it's again, we're talking 25 volt, no more.
No,
kind
not
of deal.
25
Okay.
volts.
And the other thing I was going to ask was the whole buck converters thing. Is it the same deal again?
What was that? Buck converter?
Okay, who's that?
Oh. Look, I think that's Randall. Phoning home. Randall, was that you?
That's radio in my van. They're dialing up the dispatcher. I guess I don't know if it's this train or the one just left, but somebody's dialing them up.
Tell you what, we'll bring Randall back when there's more trains to see, right? Because poor Ian get ousted, and he's sitting there and he's miserable at work. Look at his poor wee face. Don't worry, Randall, you've not been thrown out, but as I say, we need to take this in turns.
Dave, do you ever watch Virtual Real Fan?
All the time.
Yeah.
All right. Today's presentation, roughly 2 minutes in, there was the Rio Grande locomotive, the legacy one.
Oh, heritage unit, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I need to go see that. Yeah.
2 minutes in, you'll see it.
Well, Virtual Railfan has got like 50 different live cams, so is it their actual recorded video you're talking about, yeah?
Yes.
I looked that up. Sounds great. I have seen them on video. I've not seen one in real life, obviously, because I would have to travel quite far, but yeah, they are very nice. I still can't believe
everything's live these
Greg
days
sent me
on
one.
YouTube or somewhere, so it's not hard to find stuff nowadays. That's the benefit of the internet.
Okay, so I was just looking at Adrian Burkholder's comment. Thank you, Adrian, for that.
Ian, how many rooms are you booking us, and what date?
No plumbers allowed.
Plumbers? Hey, I ain't a plumber. I might be down south, but I ain't a plumber. I'm a handyman.
Oh, I said Palmer.
That ain't me either.
I tell
So
you what,
while
I'm
we're
going
on
to.
the,
Sorry, I'm just going to nip out for a minute and allow you to allow.
Here we
Is that,
go. Oh.
is that Dave with a haircut and a shaved beard? Let's find out. Hold on a second. I keep forgetting how to do this.
while he's loading that up, have a question about the Proto 2000s. So the circuit board that's on them, like the PA units, can you just pop that 8-pin out and put just a decoder in
The
with
8-pin
an
decoder
8-pin?
in. Yeah,
And
that's
it'll
what
just work like a DCC ready.
if it's a DCC ready board that's in there. Sometimes locomotive manufacturers put boards in just so that they can attach headlights and stuff. But if it's a DCC ready board, there'll be a plug in there. You can just pull the plug out, put the decoder in. Make sure you keep pin 1 orientated the way it should be. You want to make sure that usually they're wired in such a way that even if you put it backwards, it's not going to do any harm because they put the track leads on on the ends and that kind of thing.
I got
But-
you. So
Yeah,
this would be all right.
Yeah, that's a DC. That looks like a DCC ready board. Yeah, you just plug it right in there and go to town.
Isn't that with some
And
of those, they have the square piece and then the cable's coming off it and then the connector? And then some of them don't have the connector, so you've got to wire them in. That's
you mean kind of like I can't see it, but
yeah,
like that.
yeah. But some
then-
come with
One thing I just remembered real quick on those boards. When you're plugging in the boards,
Yep.
on some of those boards, you have to cut the tracing to the lights because the lights are hardwired to the track. So when you install the decoder, you have to use a Dremel tool or something like that. Just cut that tracing to the light so that you're not backfeeding into the track and the track shorting out the chip. That kind of thing. That should be labeled on the board. It'll say cut here. And of course, in the instructions you get with the locomotive will let you know how that works and everything. But I just
Well, I
wanted
didn't get boxes with these ones.
oh, okay.
Sorry, Dave's feed was just freezing up, so I had to throw him out for now. Right, Joe, is that what you've got? Have you got 2 of these Proto 2000s?
Maybe.
What do you mean, maybe? Okay, so I did the decoder thing on this. Now, I did just listen to what Jim was saying there about what I should have done. Now, I didn't get any problems. However, I can't get it cut.
Okay.
After me saying it's really easy to get the shell off of these Protos, and now this one's not coming off. Oh, it's because I've got the coupler on, isn't it? No, I don't. What's your excuse? Get off.
We'll see.
I hope
Mine's
like
broken.
this
I don't
is-
have to worry about it.
There we go.
Yep, that works.
Okay, so I added that decoder there. It is just plug it in and away you go. Didn't have any issues, except it made the motor really noisy
Really?
because it's a cheap-ass Bachmann decoder.
Oh,
So it's probably okay with the Digitrax, but these motors
of
do
all
not
the-
like crappy decoders.
Out of all the Digitrax decoders you got, the one time you don't have a Digitrax decoder in
Oh,
something.
I do have them, but I just figured I would throw this in because it was lying about. But I'm going to take it out and put in a Digitrax. And I do have a couple of Digitrax with sound. They're not going to be the best of sound, but honestly, it hums like hell. It works fine, but it buzzes, and it didn't buzz before I put the decoder in. So worth getting a half decent decoder. Well, Digitrax isn't even that expensive, but don't put in the cheapo stuff. Not that you will, because I just saw you get 8 new decoders.
6.
6. Yeah, that was nice. I like that one.
that sort of stuff.
I got.
With your trains and your decoders or whatever, can you swap different brands of decoders to the different types of trains, or do you have to get, if that's that brand of train, you need this type only?
Just put in whatever you want.
If you build the sound, you don't want a steam locomotive sound decoder and a diesel locomotive or vice versa.
Well, yeah.
That kind of thing. But I mean, unless you're like a rivet counter, this diesel had this specific type of horn and that kind of thing. Yeah.
I don't want the sound. I've got no interest in the sound. I'm just curious about
if it's non-sound, just whatever. You can usually, in my case, it's whatever I can get to fit in the locomotive. Sometimes some of these decoders are difficult to get in.
Yeah, you can also, there's a 21 pin decoder kind of like this. So there's quite a few different decoder types you can get. I didn't bring the dummy
That's
plug.
the one I put in my turbine, was the 21 pin.
Corky, is that one of the older boards?
This is
That you had to cut the tracings on?
no, this is actually an Athearn. It's not ready to roll. It was a roundhouse loco.
Okay.
But I'm redoing all the lights in it anyway, so I took all the lights. I'm just waiting for all my LEDs to come.
Yeah, the newer boards, you probably don't have to do that. But I know the RDCs, the proto RDCs, I had to cut the tracings. And it said specifically on the board to cut those tracings. So, but anyways.
But yeah, with this in it's, I was looking at the paper today. It said just pull the 21 pin dummy plug and then plug the decoder in, and it worked perfectly.
Good.
So what's the difference with the 21 plug and the 8 pin? Is just the 21 gives you more options to do stuff?
I haven't really noticed a difference because I have a Digitrax 167 SD, something like that, in my GP9, and does the same functions.
I think if I remember correctly, the 21 pin, maybe someone can correct me, but the 21 pin is the newer updated version of decoders and their plugs.
Is that gives you the extra lighting functions for like ditch lights and rotary beacon lights and that kind of thing?
Yeah, I think maybe.
All your extra appliances type stuff. Okay. They're getting to be mini computers, aren't they, nowadays, with all this extra electronic stuff? It's just this and this and this and this and this. It's like, to some extent, I'm happy to stick to my DC side of things.
The electronics part of the hobby has become a sub-hobby all on its own.
Totally.
And you've got to learn certain types of electronics to be able to know what's going on, depending on which avenue you're going to go. But yeah.
Well, same thing with the 3D printing. Everybody's getting into 3D printing now, and that's a whole sub-hobby in itself. The 3D printing.
Well, I had to learn the splicing side of it for mine, and then Cody's helping me with the design side, because I wouldn't know design itself, and I tried Tinkercad, and that's the only thing I use, and that's very basic, but it's doing what I need it to do. So, and that's free, and that's what I like about doing stuff online is I try and find the open source stuff, which is free, and as you use it, anything goes wrong with it, whatever, it sends back feedback to the people, and they actually fix it in the programming, where some of these programs that you pay for, all the feedback goes back and they never do anything about it. But that's why I like the open source stuff.
Yeah, I use FreeCAD. FreeCAD is an open source free STL software there.
I've heard of it, yeah.
3D files.
Yeah. I use Tinkercad and that's free, so I love it. Yeah.
I use SketchUp, same thing, it's free.
Yeah. Well, I used to use Corel Draw many years ago when I was doing stuff for my business, and I designed all my logos and all that years ago. That's 30 plus years ago now. Showing me age. But shut up, Cody. But yeah, I run rings around people using Corel Draw, but Corel Draw is, like I say, 30 years old, and I'm not paying for any updates or anything nowadays, so that's what I was looking for. So, yeah. And even my editor for my YouTube videos, It's an open source program, and it's free, and there's no logos, no watermarks, no nothing. I love it, and it's pretty much the same as all these other Adobe Pros and all that. It's just a slightly lower class program that's free. Sorry, Dave, you want to say something because I can see you moving that mic closer.
oh, obviously. No, I was just going to get an update from Randall because it looks like Dave hasn't sorted his video feed yet. He seems to be frozen. So let's see if there's another train coming from Randall. Okay, I'm talking because I'm trying to figure out how to remove myself again right here.
Yeah, let's remove the boss. Woohoo! No, Randall's still got the mic closed, but that's all right. Yep, go on.
Or actually, it's not technically an auto rack train. I think they said it's a Q train, but
Oh, yeah, it only activates when you talk. Yep, okay.
Was I muted?
You was for a minute, yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I was just saying the train here still hasn't left yet. I don't know if it's got crew on it or not. The crew that just got off of it just got in the main yard van, and went to the hotel. So the outbound crew may just showed up. So
Okay.
So they're
I don't know
basically
if
just
there's any,
changing code, yeah?
I can't tell for that one signal's showing red, so I don't know if there's anything coming north or not. But I can kind of lean back and see the signals down there.
So do you have a program of what's coming through and watching to see what's going on there, or are you just sitting back watching, taking notes?
Yeah, not really. I don't have a program of any kind. It's basically just sit back, and if they need me to get a crew or something, they'll holler at me. So Earth One pulls in, and generally when one pulls in south, I can see a good little bit this direction, so I'll try to at least pull out back in.
Cool. So you like management, you arrange stuff when shit happens. Yep. Cool.
It's funny. That's what I used to do for the T. When I worked for the T, I was a bus driver for many years, and towards the end of my career, I would do what they call a cover. I would just sit at the garage all day, and if somebody broke down or something like that, I'd bring them a bus and go sit with the table bus until the work crew got there to get the bus going again. But a big part of my job, during my final years was just waiting for things to happen, and it was great.
Sit around and get paid, right?
Yeah, but being retired is better.
Hell yeah! Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Oh, Dave's back. Dave's back. Oh, now he's going to play with his different cameras. He's worked out how to play with his different cameras while he's on here as well.
Yep.
So I got my my SD7. Just took the shell off the Black Widow. Yep. And I got to look, and this also has the 8-pin on it. Focus. Stupid camera.
Oh yeah, there. Yep.
Yep.
So how would I tell if I need to cut the light off or the connection?
Well, the boards I was referring to weren't DCC ready boards per se. They were just circuit boards that they put inside the locomotive to bring all the wires together on.
Yep.
I don't think those boards had sockets on them or anything like that. If you wanted to actually attach, the wires from the decoder, solder them to the boards, that kind of thing, then you'd have
I've seen that on Ron's channel.
Then you'd have to replace the board.
Yeah, a lot
Maybe
of times
like
it's easier.
GP18.
Oh, yeah.
Of course, this one doesn't have a board, but it's still Proto 2000. Got diodes and stuff right there.
Okay.
So it doesn't matter what loco it is, as long as the board fits inside of it. That's what happens to control it, obviously.
Interesting.
Different manufacturers use different sizes and types of boards. It's like computers. It's all same shit, different day. Yeah.
To a point, yeah.
Frustrating thing, trying to get boards inside like Atlas locomotives, RS locomotives. I had such a hard time trying to get the decoder inside an RS.
Yep.
It's just completely, everything's filled with weight. They got this molded weight that takes up just about the entire interior of it. And I'm like, oh my God, I don't want to have to grind down and make room and that kind of thing. So
I think Dave was having a problem with that with one of the Bachmans. With getting the decoder to fit into the body.
Was it one of those split frame?
Yeah, I think it was one of them.
Yeah.
Them are my least favorite engines is them split frames.
Oh yeah, those split frames, because you can't solder to them. You've got to drill out and put a screw in somewhere.
Yep.
Kind of thing.
I tried doing that with my Burlington F unit and didn't work too well.
I think
I
it's
just
more so
scrapped it.
diesel, isn't it? Because they don't have as much space.
I think the steam engines are split frame too.
I haven't come across one yet, but yeah, okay.
Okay, where is that noise coming from?
Yeah, that humming noise. Who's got that? Someone's
It's
got
static.
the feedback.
Yeah, there's a static somewhere. It's gone now.
Someone's microphone's picking up the audio from their speaker.
Ian's got a customer calling him. That's what it is. You cheeks, please. Ian.
Service room 4. Service room 4. The old school in the old one, you'd have all the bells across the back wall in the kitchen, and the little bell would go off, and you'd know that. Oh yeah, that's E-wing or something. Or yeah.
Unfortunately, I know exactly what you're talking about. Yeah.
Terrible, isn't it? Yeah. That's old school, isn't it? That's English and
Upstairs, downstairs. That was an old show when I was a kid.
Oh yeah. Number 96.
No, I don't know what that is. I know 69, but not 96.
No, that's a TV show, Dave, back in the day, Love Thy Neighbour,
Oh, yeah. There's that noise again. What is that?
Well, who here remembers Faulty Towers?
Well, obviously.
Oh, I remember. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I remember that. Yeah. The British comedy. I love the British humor. It's very unique. It's it's not trashy, but it's thinking kind of humor, and I like that quite a bit.
Here's an interesting fact about Faulty Towers. There was only ever one season made, and there was only like 8 episodes.
13 episodes.
How many?
I think it was 13.
That's unlucky. But yeah, that was it. That's all they made.
Hang on, Corky's. I can see Corky's googling it now. See, look, that's secretary.
Oh, 12 episodes.
I'm English. They only did 13. There you go.
Actress who played that young employee, that young worker.
Okay, I'm gonna give Dave another go because he's actually moving now. So I will vacate the room for now and let Dave in, and he can tell you all about Berkshire.
There was 12 episodes.
Oh. Sorry, Graham, but Corky just said there's only 12. But it's not a baker's dozen, obviously.
No. But, I always felt sorry for him because he'd always try to get ahead. Always try to, be, make it to the finish line, and something would always just hold him back. I mean, there was one episode with the
always pulling back on something. Yep. What was her name? He was Basil, and she was. I can't remember her name, but yeah.
Me and Cody are just over here like, yep.
Yeah. Well, that's young person syndrome,
Well,
Right.
heck, I'll only be 25 this year.
Only. Well, that's less than half of me, kind of.
Less than.
Right,
You're what, 97?
I don't see Dave.
Close. That bill for fixing your tracks in the mail, buddy.
Hey, I sent you some good eBay links.
I know. I saw them.
And I realized after I sent them to you that one of them was N scale.
Anyone at home? Whoa.
What you going
What's
home?
Ian doing? Oh, way over there. What's he doing over there? Yeah. Oh, this reminds me of the Brady Bunch. You know that screen with all that.
Yeah. I was just thinking about that.
Hey, Corky, how you doing up there?
Hey,
There's his mother and the daughter and the 3 willing sons to do them all.
Only I could just.
Oh,
Only I could.
Yeah, that's like.
Yep.
Yeah, that's, oh, look,
Here
he's
you go.
There he is.
See, I did that in screen work.
The magician.
Oh. Welcome, Dave. We can actually see you moving now.
yep. Still don't hear anything.
I think after his live stream
Mike's
yesterday,
not on
he taken
mute.
all his data.
You know, I kind of feel guilty in a way. This is Dave's show, and he's the only one that's not here.
Yep.
It's good we can talk about him clearly now. Clearly
Yeah.
now.
Now me and Tim don't have to have a specific message chat just to talk
Well,
behind
you
Dave's
two-
back.
You two are moderators.
Yeah.
Yes.
And we've got to be careful of you lots.
Oh yeah, Joe, was you there the last live stream? Me,
The
me?
full live or the test?
Okay, so the full one that we bullied Dave into going for 5 more hours.
Yeah.
Oh, no, I was there, but I think I left. It was like 11:30 my time.
Yep. But yeah, we bullied him to go on for I think right near 5 more hours.
Oh,
And
goody.
you would have liked it because he was running really long trains too.
Was he?
Yeah, we completely bullied
Yeah,
him.
that was the one I had given money to make long trains.
Yep.
I just remembered. I have a train going somewhere.
Going somewhere.
Yeah,
Dave's
I think
mic
it's derailed.
going somewhere too. But
Dave, your mic is muted.
I think he's
The other
trying
day.
to work it out.
Dave 2,
Huh?
Dave Hover. Hello, Dave Hover. Calling Dave Hover. Your microphone is muted. Please unmute so we can hear you. 1 hand up for yes, 2 hands up for no. Oh, Gloria.
Yeah,
Oh, baby.
a
Well, the
little hard
wife's
to read
calling
here.
me. The wife's calling me, so I better go. One thing I gotta say. Get one of these screwdrivers. They're so handy.
Yep.
Oh, with all the different attachments. Yeah, okay, yeah.
I got something like
know.
that at Sears ages ago.
It's a shameful plug, but Linus Tech Tips, out there in Canada. It's a ratchet.
Yeah.
Very
Okay.
nice. I've been using it
Dave,
for a couple weeks now.
Dave, speak.
Dave, we're having trouble. We can't hear you, buddy. And your video feed is very, very scratchy, like it's running a 386 computer.
All right, well, you guys have fun. I'll be watching in the chat.
Hey, Joe.
Hi, Joe.
Good to see you, man.
So,
Good luck with that NCE. Make sure you get that up and going.
and send me that big boy. Just buy it and send it, all right? I'll give you the address later.
Make sure it's an N scale though.
Hey, I've got N-scale tracks. Right, shit.
Oh, I tried N scale not too long ago, and I tell you, it's just too tiny. These big hands, and I'm like, oh my god, I gotta get my glasses out.
I have big clumsy hands too.
Ian, your microphone's a bit low. We can hear you, but it's low.
Me?
Yeah, you now. Yeah.
It sounds normal for me.
How is it now?
Oh, that's a bit better. Yep, that's a bit better.
All right, I just had to turn the sound up on my computer.
Okay. And Dave, we still can't hear you, Mr. Dave. Mr. Dave number 2.
Must have. His feed is.
Let's see here.
Really choppy.
I see that, Tim.
Okay, I don't know how many times we can tell you, Mr. Hover, but we can't hear you. You either don't have your mic plugged in or you've not clicked unmute.
He's been unmuted a couple times, at least clicked on it, but it's still not coming through.
Okay.
And he's sending messages in the private chat in StreamYard too, and other people are trying to say stuff to him as well, but he's not hearing it. He might need to reboot his computer or whatever he's got happening there. It might help it. But
No, see, it looks unmuted now, but Andy's gone. Okay. I wonder if Randall is back.
Welcome back, by the way, Dave.
Why have you all stopped talking?
Because
Because you came back.
Check it back.
He's back, exactly. See? We both said the same thing exactly, so it must be true. Jim's sitting there saying, oh, watch this. See, nobody's safe, Jim. Nobody's safe. Come on. You should know by now.
You can.
Say no more.
I don't dare touch my keyboard right now because I'm afraid I'm just going to
I don't know
close
what's
it.
going on down there, Jim, but have you got the heaters on because you're looking more like Santa and having a good day out in the sun more and more?
You know how much I used to get that at work all the time? You know, people would get on my bus and call me Santa Claus.
Your cheeks and everything are getting redder and redder.
White red, rosy red cheeks. You know, that's me.
So how many times have you asked if you had any present for him? Since they called you Santa Claus.
Well, I don't want to get into tea stories, man.
No. Just keep your chair warm. Oh, geez, we're terrible. Glad we got that disclaimer across the bottom.
There's one thing that I did, though. At Halloween, I would bring a bag of candy with me. And, you know, when I would drive around Halloween Eve and stuff like that, you know, give out, you know, candy to the kids and stuff like that. Because, you know, a lot of rural areas, you know, you're driving real slow and there's a bunch of kids on the road, you know, all in their little Halloween costumes and stuff like that. So, you know, stopping.
So let me get this straight. You were driving about at night handing out candy to children. Is that what you're saying, yeah?
Oh, my God, no.
And he looked like Santa Claus.
Were you wearing the Santa Claus outfit?
Where was Mrs. Claus at the time?
Mrs. Claus is upstairs right now. She's
Yeah, but where was she when you were handing out
There you
candy?
go. I know why you were driving all night, every night. I know.
well. I'll put it like this: driving a bus in a big city, you meet people from all walks of life, all right? And you know you meet ladies of all walks of life, and you know I'll leave it at that.
It's like driving a taxi. Yeah.
And if you're driving a bus, you can pick up a lot of dodgy women and children.
Yeah, you've only got one more stop to go. Oh, just one more stop. Just one more stop.
Let me tell you, I know you're not familiar with the territory, but driving Blue Hill Ave at 1 o'clock in the morning, you know, really bad neighborhood. I mean, there's all sorts of things that you see. You know, every time I thought I saw it all, I'd see something else, you know?
Have you seen this video YouTube channel? And the guy's basically just doing a live stream of driving about dodgy areas looking at prostitutes.
I have seen that, yep.
And I'm like, it's like you can't help but watch and actually feel really sad for these girls. No, it's bizarre. It was like there's so many of them.
Was,
No?
was that the one where he was driving around in California?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah,
Yep.
yeah.
I saw that. I'm like, what does this guy do? I mean, I do pity these young ladies.
Yeah. I mean, he's not like
And
slowing
it's
down and
showing-
talking
it's
to them or
showing- it's
anything.
showing-
He's just kind of cruising about and showing you. I don't know. I mean, here's the worrying thing. Why are we all getting suggested to watch these videos?
We know what you like, Dave.
Damn algorithm.
Now, here's a question for you. Is it only the guys that get those suggested links, or is it the women as well?
Interesting. Since we never get females in the chat, we will never know the answer to that.
No.
What does your wife think about you watching them videos, Dave?
I don't watch them. I just
Yeah,
click on them.
Tony, they sit there on the couch together with their cushion between them because they don't have contact. Oh, look at this one, lovey. Look what they're doing. Oh, yes, honey. Yeah, that looks interesting.
Tell you what else I've been watching.
Oh,
Because I've got this has nothing to do with trains or prostitutes, so it must be really boring. But no, I don't know. I've got this thing about watching the Reddit combat footage stuff.
What's that? Is that like martial combat?
No. I'm talking war combat.
Uh-huh.
It's really graphic. It's like
Yes,
so
it
you don't know
is.
what I'm talking about. If you've been watching any of the Ukraine war and the drone warfare that's going on at the moment, basically dropping grenades onto Russians.
Yep.
Now, when I was a kid, these were called snuff movies, right? Where you got to see someone getting killed, and now it's like it's all over the internet. And basically, they're dropping grenades from drones directly onto Russians, mostly Russians.
Well, Dave, that's been like that since the first Gulf War. That you just watching this drone footage, just aiming right for its target. That has been the case for at least 30 years when drone technology.
No, I'm not talking about that sort of drone. I'm talking about watching like a Mavic 3 with its high definition image looking directly down, and then you watch the grenade dropping, and it goes all the way down, and basically vaporizes the soldiers underneath. And there's no blurring out. You get to see limbs flying, and it's like, I don't know. I can't help but watch. It's just really bad.
The one I was watching, they taped the grenades to the bottom of drones that they went into a store and bought. Like, it wasn't no fancy war drone or anything. It was literally just normal drones, and they taped grenades to, and they set it up to dislocate the tape, and it would just
when I was in the Navy back years ago, that was the technology that they were using then, and that I was in the Gulf War then, so yeah. And that's 30 plus years ago now.
Yeah, but these are now, because they're small. Even a small grenade in an enclosed space will do a lot of damage, right? Yep. So I watched some footage yesterday, and basically this drone was chasing this soldier around, and the soldier climbed into a tiny little space, and the drone followed him right inside and blew him up.
Well,
really horrific.
And that's the whole thing of it. That's where technology and like circuit boards for us for your trains, it's getting smaller and smaller, and your computers. So you're putting your phone nowadays, like your phone is everything, computerized everything, yeah. So it's just technology, yeah.
So that's my guilty pleasure. Sheesh, so bad.
Yeah,
One of my guilty pleasures is watching this other YouTuber called Cash Jordan. He started out, from real estate around New York City. But ever since the migrants have been coming to New York City, he's totally shifted away from that and is talking about the migrant crisis in New York City. And and how much it's changed the city. He's also covered about the speed cameras and the congestion pricing that's about to take it, that is about to, if that has taken effect in Manhattan. So that's one of my guilty pleasures. Is this guy?
Ian, are you talking about the cameras for the tolls that they've set up in New York?
No. Oh, are you talking about what they mounted in Midtown Manhattan?
Yes, in Midtown Manhattan. You know, the
Yes.
city streets, they set up these overhead cameras to take pictures of license plates so that they would
Yes.
surcharges,
For
tolls, fees.
congestion pricing, or so they
Yeah.
say.
Yeah. New York is a mess right now. From what I've seen on what I've seen on YouTube. That's where I get all my news now, on YouTube. That's a YouTube is my go-to channel when I want to know what's going on in the world.
I mean, if I know people are going to New York City, I tell them wear a flak jacket.
Oh yeah, I wouldn't go anywhere near New York City. It just I'm happy out here where I am now, out in the country.
I worked in New York City. I worked for almost for roughly a decade and a half in New York City. I am a dyed-in-the-wool New York city slicker. My layout is like a city setting, and I left my previous hotel job. I left in 2017, which was in Midtown Manhattan, and then train's coming through.
Yeah, everybody pause and look.
No, not me.
What'd you do?
Oh, which camera is it? It's gonna be gone. There.
It's moving at a good clip too.
Yes,
Yeah.
it did.
Might derail. Keep watching.
That's
Oh
not,
yeah, Dave. That's all you watch these things for. You want the crashes.
Oh,
and the
I do.
carnage and
I
the
hate seeing that.
destruction.
I hate it.
it's not your layout, Dave.
But getting back, my last hotel job, my previous hotel job, I left in 2017. Now I'm working on Eastern Long Island, so I don't have so much of a killer commute. But ever since 2017, or just before the pandemic, things were fine. Post-pandemic, it just hit the skids.
Yeah, how did you make out during the pandemic? Because for me, driving a bus during the pandemic, it was a crazy time.
Well, we were closed down for a couple of months. We reopened before Memorial Day weekend. The hotel next door to us didn't open until after Memorial Day. But
Okay,
it was rough.
Yeah, the first few days of the pandemic, the very beginning of the pandemic, I was wearing this full face mask, breathing thing, this kind of face mask filter, and I had the front of the bus taped off with caution tape, and nobody could come in the front doors. Everybody got on the bus off and on in the back, and of course, we didn't collect the fare or anything like that at that time. I was just going from bus stop to bus stop and opening the rear doors, and I was just keeping to myself in the front of the bus, all covered up, in front, rubber gloves and all that stuff too.
We wore rubber gloves. We masked up. My wife is a quilter. She was part of a campaign to make masks for medical personnel.
Okay.
Because there was such a shortage. Hold on a second.
It was kind of nice, at least with what I did for the pandemic, because it went to we delivered mainly to like nursing homes and everything. So instead of having to take everything inside, it would drop it at the door and run basically. So it's kind of nice.
Yeah.
Where I didn't have to go in anywhere.
not having to collect the fare was a huge relief. Because I
I-
tell you, those are problems you run into so often driving a bus. You know, people getting on the bus and not paying. I don't want to go. This is the program about trains, isn't it? Yes, we're going to talk about trains.
Yes, please. Thank you, Jim.
Yeah.
Ian's just putting his hand up to say yes, he agrees.
Okay.
He's obviously talking to somebody because his head's over here and he's. Yep.
So okay, we're watching Dave's layout right now. He's got his cameras on rotation here.
Welcome back, Ian.
Is that on zone 5?
What?
Meanwhile,
Oh,
you and you kept them up until 6 in the morning.
yes, we did.
Yep. We did, and loved every minute of it.
Oh, whenever I duck out of a live stream, I'll watch the rest at another time to see what I missed.
Yep.
But when I saw it clock in at 9 hours, I'm like,
Blame him and his money over there. Him and his money. He did it. Well, I did it once, but he did it several times.
I did do it several times. It was, he kept saying one more train, so I kept bribing him and bullying him to not turn off because he kept saying if someone keeps sending money, he can't leave.
Yeah. So between the two, it's sort of a scheme, and because he's over there and Corky's over there, we thought, well, hey, why not?
Yeah. So I think he went.
$100, so yeah.
I think the normal live stream was going to end at 4 hours, and we made him go for another 5.
9 and a quarter all up. It was.
shame on you both.
Oh, terrible. Well, see, it's the middle of the day for me, and I'm retired, so it doesn't give a shit to me.
But
I think we finished at about 6 o'clock my time. Well, we started at. I think it was midday my time. I think it was midday my
Yep.
time.
It started around 9 o'clock, I think.
yeah,
Yeah, that's right.
And
Yeah.
I hung out until like quarter of 11 because I had been up since before 6 o'clock a.m. because I was working, and I was home when I was watching the stream, and and I couldn't hang on much longer, and I just said, I'm getting tired. I gotta go. I'll see you guys another time.
Yep.
And then I find out from someone else in the group that you guys kept them up until like 5, 6 o'clock in the morning.
Well, his wife was getting up, and we were talking. And it's like, well, Dave, you're going to go and talk to your wife, or is your lovely wife going to come in and say, where are you? You haven't been to bed all night. Where am I? And then say, oh, but I'm playing trains, honey. It never happened, but yeah. See, now he comes back and says,
To be fair, Dave would have probably been up till about that time anyway. We just forced him into a live stream.
Yeah, if I wasn't doing the live, I would have been building track, So talking of which, pretty much all the track is down. So
now we're going to talk about trains. It's only how long into it?
that was just the warm up. So I've only got that small section still to do with the fill up depot, whatever. But I'm hoping to get another set of points at the train show on Sunday, because so far everything.
Stop. The fill up depot, whereabouts is that? So you can't tell us I'm going to do this and this, but please, for us over here in your future, could you please say, okay, in that left, right, middle, upside down.
Right, let me try and find it. Shut your face. Let me find it. Hold on.
Yeah.
I don't really have a good camera on that one.
I'm sure others are interested also, Dave. So yeah.
Well, I know what I can do. I can grab one of the cameras and take it on a wee journey. Not that one though, because that's not hooked up.
Oh, Cody!
Not that one.
I'm looking at
Which camera is it?
He's still hasn't got his camera sorted. He's still got
What is that camera? Right, hold on. Let me take you on a wee trip, and I'll show you the area I'm talking about. Okay? You still hearing me?
Okay,
Even though
I'm back.
We hear you.
Okay.
I'm using your phone, taking your
There we
phone.
go.
Did have a northbound come through just a minute ago.
There's a train across the bridge yet. Got to wait for the train to pass the bridge yet. Hi Dave, have you fixed that shut-off switch yet? Obviously not. No?
We're getting a helicopter drone ride.
Oh! See, I'm number 2. Up yours, Cody. I'm number 2. Okay. Not there. Not there. So is that what you're talking, Dave? You're going to put that, what you were just talking about? Right. It's going in there. Okay, righto. Yep. This is narration by Tim. By Dave.
Somebody's alive.
And we've got Randall.
Transfer reading. Venus 80, 79, north, stopped all red, CP 3400.
Oh, Adrian, middle finger from Dave's normal, so yeah.
Yep.
Yes, that's the carriage, Dave. They're all carts or whatever that are empty. Yeah, okay.
80, 79 at CP 3400. Has already passed the signal displaying south indication. Main
Oh, that's where you're going to put the car.
That's stopping Venus 80, 79. That's already passed signal displaying stop indication. CP 3400. Remain the main one. Over. That is correct. Thanks, sir.
All right. I'm going to be ducking out of the studio, but I'll be looking at the stream. But you know, I got to duck out because my shift is going to be. I got to wind up my shift shortly, so I'll still watch the stream, but I'll see you guys another time.
See ya, Ian.
Yeah, Ian, good talking to you, man. Good talking.
Likewise.
Don't work too hard in the last 5 minutes.
Good night, Ian.
All right, have a good night, Dave. If you have any questions about the putting the command station together, give me a shout.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Good night.
$25 an hour. Come on, he's got to pay for something. He gets all this stuff given to him. Come on. Oh, sorry. Did I say that, Dave? Welcome back, by the way.
So, Dave, when's the 12-hour live stream going to be now?
I've already done a 12-hour. We need to go longer next time.
No.
Okay, I'm fine with that. Let's do a 15-hour.
I'm up for it. Come on. I'm up for it. Let me know. I'm up
Not,
for it.
What
not
I
Like I
tonight.
said, I'm here till 4 o'clock in the morning.
I need to cover all the time zones, okay? Because when I start it really late, then everyone in the UK and Europe is going to bed. Well, actually, they've not, because I think, who was it that was on? There was a few. Newland, Clive, he was on, and that was like 2 or 3 in the morning for him.
There was a couple of people that came
Oh.
in the last hours or something that were just waking up. Yeah.
Okay, better yet then, Dave. You, and I mean you, do a 24-hour live stream. You hit everybody's hours, and me and Tim are in chat, not in the live stream.
Hey, yeah.
So you can suffer, and we don't have to.
And we
Well, you would still have to be up for 24 hours chatting away, keep me awake, you know? Good night, Graham Evans. Thanks for joining this complete nonsense tonight.
All right, Graham. Thanks very much. Appreciate it, buddy.
But yeah, if you do a 24-hour live stream, then no one gets left out.
Yeah, I'll hang around.
And your wife will probably want to get rid of you.
Good morning, Flymo Chairman.
His wife won't
Got
matter.
one.
He doesn't have much to do with her anyway because he's down in his dungeon. Like I said, all he needs is a pillow and he's there. But he's got the pillow in the room next door. So microwave, coffee machine, he's done.
How do I entertain for for that long, though. It's hard work.
I can just picture Dave just leaving the camera going, and he's just walking around in his underwear working on the layout, you know?
Ah, you wish.
But do you have a shower and change your clothes in that 24-hour period?
Or I could just do what Lee at Anfield Road does and get a pot and piss in it way at the back of the room. Did anyone see that video? Holy shit.
Well, it's been done before, so well, you got it covered right behind you. So hey, just shut the door and you'll be right.
I've got a toilet just along there. This is a self-contained unit I've built down here, except I don't have a kitchen.
Well, I told you, microwave and kettle or whatever.
Sounds like we got another train coming.
Oh, another train coming.
Is that big orange one never leaving? No.
They'll leave eventually. I think they're waiting for all these northbounds to clear. Yeah, there's one coming. I hear it.
Okay, well, you know what that means. That means I have to go through all the wrong screens to get to the big one.
I don't know if they'll stop in depot or not, but they're coming.
So that guy back in his car, what are they? They the road crew or?
I think you could probably wait, Dave, because they're stopping, I think. So, yeah, they're stopping.
So Dave finally gets it the first time, and they're stopping.
Well, there's 2 crews in the depot, so I figure they're changing crews here. So, well, you might get a peek at the leader.
So when they're changing crews, they're only doing what, an 8-hour shift, are they? They're not doing a sleep shift or anything?
It's a max 12-hour shift here.
So what's that mean? They have a couple of hours on and then a couple of hours kick or
yeah. If they hit their 12-hour maximum, they have to basically tie down wherever they're at, and they'll send a van out with the outbound crew to meet them.
Hey, Bakey Bean. Oh, wait, hey, quick question. Not question, a quick observation. Bill Fusion asked a question about glue earlier on. I had no idea what he was talking about. Did you get an answer, Bill? Everyone's staring at chat.
I'm trying to look where it is. Yeah, okay, sorry.
Corky's a duck for now.
Yes, I am. Quack, quack.
Yeah, that's all.
Wait a minute, I can get rid of that. Oh no, we need the big screen for the train. Oh, is the train not coming or what?
Well, I saw
No, they're sitting there. They're sitting there changing crews right now. I just saw them get off. So
you saw them get off? Oh, goodness.
Yeah, I've actually gotten a little better.
Exciting train view you're having.
Hey, you can't get out of that gutter, can you?
Oh, you hauled me into it.
Don't blame me.
Oh, no.
Okay, here we go. Third time lucky for Dave Hover.
Okay, let's see
Here
what
he
happens.
comes. Drum roll, please. Holy crap, what is that? Come off your YouTube feed, Dave.
Oh.
YouTube.
Turn off YouTube.
Okay, I'm here. Problem is the camera's filming from the backside.
Turn off YouTube or something.
Hey, give you guys am I working here or not? Give you guys a heads up. I know you've watched classic model trains there with Ron Davis, who's talking about the Gen 1. Am I that loud? I have a Gen 1 Niagara, New York Central. Lost the tender. It's derailed over in pit 1.
It's a wee bit loud.
Oh my god, turn your
Wee
YouTube
bit loud.
feed off.
How do I turn the mic down on this?
Oh my god. I'll get you in chat. Hold on. And he's gone. That was horrific.
Sorry, can I put my hearing aids back in now?
Right. Yeah. Sorry, Tim. I didn't know that was going to happen. we need to. I need to have a one-on-one with Dave and talk him through how this works because that was bad.
I was loud.
He just needs a little bit of coaching.
Yeah, and the problem is for me is I get all the audio straight into my ears, not through the speakers. So yeah, that was.
Oh, right.
Oh,
Are you completely deaf? You rely completely on your.
No, not completely, but I've lost 25% of my hearing. So yeah.
Okay, and 100% of your looks. Yeah.
Yeah, that too. Yeah. But no, everything like it's connected to my computer through Bluetooth and through my phone Bluetooth. So all the audio comes direct to the hearing aids straight.
I just wish there was a way that I could control other people's volume. All I can control is the mute or unmute. It's kind of annoying.
yeah, that would be nice if you would do that.
See, that was in the old days when we had chat programs back in the like Yahoo chat. We could bring somebody into an intermediate box, and then we could check their video and their audio and everything, and set levels, and then bring them in. Whereas YouTube doesn't have any of that sort of stuff. So yeah.
Right, Dave is back in the green room. Right, Dave, if you can hear us, 2 things you need to do. You need to. Who's that?
Randall.
That's Randall, yeah.
That's Randall on his walkie-talkie for work.
Okay, Randall is now muted. Jeez. Right, Dave, 2 things you need to do. You need to switch off. If you're watching this on YouTube as well as watching the StreamYard Studio, you need to switch off the YouTube because everything we say, we will hear it through your YouTube feed and then it will just keep bouncing back and forward, okay? The other thing you need to do is in the studio, there's an option for your mic set and turn that halfway down to where it was before. Let me know in chat once you've done that and we'll get you back in the room. Otherwise, you're going to destroy some people's ears more than they're already destroyed, okay? Well, sounded like I knew what I was doing there, didn't it?
Yeah, you'd be
That's
good on
surprising.
radio, Dave. One day.
All right, let's see if Randall stopped beeping at us.
All right, yep, that is correct. Thank you. Good to go when you're ready. Signal again.
They're getting ready to park.
He's on the 2-way.
Yeah. No, I think he's just listening in.
Yeah, that's the radio in this van. See, I can. It's actually right down below me.
Okay. Dave has left the studio again. I think we're going to have to give up on Dave.
Yeah, I think we might have to get him into a separate section one day and kind of like help him.
We'll sort it out so this doesn't happen again. That's a shame.
Medicine while I'm thinking of it.
Yeah, we don't want to lose people, but it makes
There they go.
sort it.
We're just trying to create a
Hey, there's a
nice
train moving.
environment. Oh, there's train!
Yep, there's another SNCF ding dong.
BNSF.
Oh well, it's all the same. It's all
Burlington Northern Santa Fe, I believe.
it's all just letters.
Shut your face, Steam Boy.
Woo-woo.
I think it's Jim's turn to have the duck.
Sure. Santa Claus, you're on my naughty list now. That's it.
No,
For Christmas.
That's all right. I've had
Trains,
more than
right?
enough Christmas gifts this year.
Hang on, look, the numbering on these trains, right? I know from my trains, the numbering, the first 2 is the type of train. Like if it's a 44, that's a 44 class. Now, with these, like on these 65 and 80 and whatever, because does that signify a class or a group or anything, or is it just numbers? Randall, any idea?
So,
No.
No, we have no idea.
I'm trying to remember. My mind's blanking of what
I just
exactly is.
wondered yeah. Because I know steamers and the European electrics, they have like a 44 and an 80 and a 60 class and all that. So I'm just wondering if it's the same with diesel.
So I think it's a mix of kind of class and everything and when they get the locomotive.
But it's not like serial operated, like that's the 55th model of that.
I don't think it is, Tim. No, I
No.
think it is just whatever they happen to get and whatever's available, because there's so many different train lines over here that I've discovered. It's quite different in the UK, where everything was basically British Rail. But over here, there was so many different companies running trains, and then they amalgamated and just stopped. What's the word? Ceased business, and someone bought them over. But I think the locals kept their numbers, though. Is that right? It's a bit like race numbers in cars. You kind of keep your number for the season.
When BNSF will get new locomotives, they'll if there's a group that has the same number group, they'll usually renumber the old locomotives and give the new ones those numbers.
So if it's a decommissioned
or they'll return the old locomotives one, and then they'll receive those numbers.
Okay. What's flying motion? Has anyone seen the video of the British Class 70 on the test track? CSS stopped, unload at Liverpool and bent the frames. Ouch! That's a bit of damage, isn't it?
Yeah, that sucks.
I don't know what a Class 70 looks like.
TFM. That's an old TFM auto rag.
So, Flymo, you're in the UK. You're in Scotland, I believe. Are you? Yeah, I think so. So these auto racks, I don't know if you know about them, but they are basically, are they double decker or triple decker?
Some of them, they can be both. That car that's going by, it's just these cars that's going by us now. You can either make them a 2-rack or a 3-rack. They're called multi-vax cars.
Okay, so these cars,
most of them are 2 racks.
So these wagons, they go all the way to like the Ford plant, the GM plant, or whatever. Pick up all the next new cars, and then take them all over North America.
Excuse me.
Oh look, graffiti!
I don't know.
Graffiti.
I don't know if I can see into those cars or not, but sometimes you look through the screens there and see the cars inside of them.
Yeah.
Tell whether they're loaded or not.
Yeah, we have dual rack auto carriers here in Australia, so yeah. A bit like the Orient Express used to be, but they're open frame.
I think someone would have to quote me on this. I think was it the Chevy Vega used to have custom car carriers years ago, where they'd like drive them up and then they'd like flip them up on their nose.
Yep, they did.
Yeah, I seen it.
They call them like murder pack cars or something like that.
That must have been rough on the fluids in the cars. You know, you stuck a car almost vertical. You know, all the oil and stuff must just, whatever.
Surely they had to empty them before they put them on.
It's like I know here in Australia with any of the cars that come off the ships, they have like 10 litres or something in them, and the oil level's only at low level only, just enough to move them around safely and stuff. Because if they put that amount of oil and fuel in it, it'd be all over the place, yeah. Oh, look, more coils. Woo! I used to cut coils here in Australia on the back of my trucks, and we used to have them that way, and then we used to have them vertical, and when they were vertical, they used to call them a top hat.
What's the weather like where you are, Randall?
Night time?
Well, last I checked, it was 73 degrees.
What's that in human terms?
Human terms.
Well, 100's hot, Dave.
That's Fahrenheit. I don't know what that be Celsius, but
hang on. Oh, Cody. Yep.
Somewhere around 40 degrees.
Anytime Cody turns left, he's Googling.
That's, you said 73 degrees?
That's what it was about an hour ago.
22.8 Celsius.
Oh, that's nice.
Oh, wow.
That's a nice temperature to be rail fanning.
I'm at 24.5 here in my house at the moment. So yeah, that's not bad. Yeah.
We're at 60 degrees Fahrenheit right now, which is 15 degrees.
Fimo, that's the same here.
Probably would.
With us transporting coils.
74, you warmed up a degree.
Randall, have the cicadas started yet?
I don't know who that was, but I couldn't hear them. They're not close enough.
Randall, have the cicadas started yet?
I don't think the cicadas have, but the tree frogs have. Because
Right.
I actually live in Arkansas, about roughly 15 miles from where I work, and I can go outside the house and I can hear them hollering in the trees. So I was always told that if they froze back 3 times, after the 3rd time, well, that's when spring would arrive. So
Yeah, we get cicadas sort of the start of summer, and towards the end of summer, then the crickets come out. It's weird. I thought the crickets would be out earlier, but they're not. We're currently 11 degrees, but it is 10 o'clock at night almost, which isn't bad.
there's no SP auto rack. Got some fallen flags on that one. There's the end of the train.
Bill's only get 13 degrees over North Carolina.
No DPU.
Hey, Papa John's in the chat. You're welcome to join in. In fact, anyone's welcome to join. No, Dave's back. Right, Dave, I hope you've sorted this. Oh my God, do we even try this again?
Hang on.
Get your hearing aids at the ready, Tim.
Yeah.
Right, we'll give it a shot. Dave, here we go. And anyone else, we'll get one more slot if Dave makes it. Here we go. Okay, Dave, you're not muted.
Okay.
But, oh, that sounds better.
Not muted. My cup. Okay.
Yes, we hear you.
Yeah.
Well, we hear every second word, but that's fine.
The computer went haywire on me, and now, you know how everybody complains about the Gen 1 Bachmann steam locomotive being garbage? This 6008 sitting right here, that's one of those New York Central Gen 1. I got this at the Amherst Railway Society back in January for $20. Still in the original box, never unwrapped. Ran it the first time tonight. Lost the tender, derailed over in pit 1, and trying to move all the totes of trains. As you can see, that's what I have to move, and there's some underneath the table that have to be moved out. This, I know you guys are so used to seeing the N scale layout. This is actually the big layout where I can yell the word huge without getting my kneecaps busted by the huge guy over in New York, but he's dead, unfortunately. This is the totes that you see here, and a lot of the other ones have locomotives, cars, cabooses, passenger cars. And Dave, you've got to get yourself a Canadian Pacific caboose anyway. For that freight train of yours, I was actually watching your video the other day. It was pretty good. You guys see this okay?
Yeah, I saw Flymo chairman's comment about the steel coils not being covered on some of the cars. BNSF hauls both types of steel coils. They haul the ones that don't require a covering, and then they haul the ones that do require a covering. So sometimes you'll see that in the same train.
Yeah, because when I was transporting stuff like that, steel and stuff on the trucks,
Auto wrecks, I'm leaving.
top hats and stuff, they all had to be covered. But if it was
Whoa!
coils, they didn't have to be. So yeah. Oh, the other one's moving. Woohoo! Choo-choo, Dave.
That thing just took off.
No, I'm right here. Hello.
Yeah, we can hear you, Dave.
Yeah, switch me over. I want to show you a Gen 1 Bachmann Niagara that's still in working condition. I think Dave there needs another cup of coffee. Starting to get a little edgy at that keyboard.
Nah, Dave went to get something. Oh, it's caboose.
Good. Use it. We on my railroad we have a rule that all trains except for passenger and work trains have that. The passenger trains don't need a caboose, but work trains, freight trains, even the wrecking train gets a caboose.
Well, that's what it used to be back in the day before they did these end of train things. And Dave, I sent you videos for that.
Yeah, I'm gonna show. I don't know. Hey Dave, why don't you click on my picture here? I want to show everybody something real classy that not too many people actually would even see.
Hang on, we're
Because
just
I think
watching
this
another train. Hang
BNSF
on, Dave.
freight train moving a little too slow.
Hang on, Dave. We're just watching this other train. Hang on, Dave.
I don't know if anybody can see this. Like GP40P in bicentennial colors and color.
That's a good engine.
What was that?
I said that's a good engine.
Mm-hmm.
Jason Train
Yeah,
Freak be
that's the
proud of
Rail
that one.
Power West Shell. I got actually two of them. I have a tunnel motor, by the way. This other locomotive, as I was saying, if anybody's ever watched classic model trains, Ron there doing repairs on old Gen 1 Bachman steam locomotives of the couple years. This is a Gen 1 Niagara. And the thing actually runs. Let me get the SP unit off the table here. I was doing some projects. This engine I just took out of the box tonight. This thing's gonna start smoking like crazy, so it's like Dave with his there we go. I have with the big can motor, the Bachman one, but that doesn't have a smoke. And Dave, I want to thank you, by the way, the other last night, your info on programming those two locomotives worked out okay.
Good to hear it, although it didn't really
Is
help.
this audio loud enough for you guys?
It's a wee bit on the loud side, but it's okay.
I was going to say, thank you. Okay, no, your info was right on how to program the two BCC locomotives, because they will run them up into the train world. And I think, who's squealing here? Jesus. Now I'm
Is that another
hearing.
train? Is that the same train?
Yep.
No, it's that, our man.
It was the other way.
Worst thing about Postman, well,
Did we lose Dave?
Now this is the full size layout. I know, Dave, you're probably thinking, pissing in your pants right now. The size of the layout. They have 3 lower loops, 2 upper. Goes right underneath the cellar stairs. Those are multiple locomotives. Just bear with me. If the signal drops, it's probably because of the damn pipes in the basement here. Now, I don't know if anybody's ever seen those old Conrail 10 Central videos. You see this right here?
There's the end of that one.
Anybody actually saw? I actually modeled it from a scene on a YouTube video out in Ohio.
Oh yeah, and the ballast train's sitting there in the yard too.
This is my yard. Yeah, it's a little.
Yard.
Yeah, there was all over the place. As I said, when I put this up in section 10, the section that goes up by the hot water tank was actually a idea I had been watching a YouTube video going back to the early days of Conroe, and it was right out somewhere out in Ohio, where the track went up, came down, and went back up. Now it looked pretty, wild. So that's where I got the semi idea of doing this section right here.
You got a semi?
And the funny thing was that when the hot water tank, the old one, crapped out, they were able to gravel. Dave, what do you think of it?
Awesome. Although you need more light.
I don't know, Dave. I kind of like running my trains in the dark.
Yeah, I know, and it's a matter of fun to do it.
I do both.
Well,
I like the option of being able to turn the lights off.
I just don't do too much video layout when I head work.
Excuse me.
Okay, who's dying?
That'd be me.
Oh, Randall.
Hey, Dave, here's a recommendation for you. Put it on the back layout in a spot that you don't need to care for, but it would make a really nice special effect. You'd actually, in your videos, if you saw some of mine, you'd see the train in the reflection of the mirror.
And that's definitely for the trains, not just
so if
you can
anybody
see
out there
yourself.
is watching, this is actually a small railroad club.
A bit like these hotels that have got mirrors on the ceiling.
Hey,
yeah.
You wait till you come down here. You'll have a field.
We'll have a what?
Dave, you better go down there and check out his layout, Dave.
Now, Dave, before I forget, as I said,
I'm listening.
You'll get lost, I guarantee it. As I said, I have an opportunity Saturday. I got a train layout down in Lenox, Mass. With the Lua Holly. It's a Oriental restaurant. Some friends of mine own it, and the girl there, her father, was featured in the Model Railroader. He had a big train layout in one of the apartments up in this apartment complex at Adams, Mass. If anybody ever heard of the name Dick Elwell? Well, I got pieces. I'm going to be taking apart what's left of his layout and salvaging what I can. And where I was suggesting to Dave there was if he needed switch motors for his turnouts, I'll have a whole shitload of them.
Goodness, the language in this channel.
Maybe even some more crack if it takes me this time.
Dave, I'm going to make my own with these little things. I'm quite keen to make my own. But thank you.
Well, hey, figured I'd try to take care of you.
No, I appreciate that. You know what I would.
Yeah.
Right. Everyone has got their own pet peeves. Okay, and for me, it would be the amount of cleanup you need to do because things are going to fall from that ceiling. Right, all your insulation and stuff. Do you not constantly find that you're cleaning up your track?
Yeah.
No, I don't even have any issue with cleaning the track.
What? Just leave it dirty?
Is
I'm joking. Gee, I'm joking. But no, you don't have a problem with that. I just thought everything would be falling on top of it. Hey, Rush, rock and roll.
Well, there,
rock and roll,
people
rock and roll.
live.
You get the idea.
Bad. Man,
Joe,
if
you
you guys
talking about this?
actually noticed.
Yeah, I'll send that to you. Remind me later because I will forget.
What was that, Dave?
Sorry, Joe was asking if I would send him the file for this.
This
mount. So Christopher Thompson has just arrived. Good evening, my friend. Christopher was offering me some electrical pylons at a good price. But I think by the time they get up here, I would be as well just to order new ones locally, because postage is just nonsense, you know. But thanks for the offer. They looked really nice, but yeah, they would probably get broken by the time they got here. Any trains, Randall? Is it all still quiet in the Western Front?
Right now it's quiet. There's just this ballast train sitting here in the yard, but it's been here for probably a couple days now. It was here yesterday, so.
Well, that's not making much money. Hey, Randall,
the Dash 9 that's on this train that you're looking right behind that van, it doesn't sound too healthy, I'll say that.
Waiting for a replacement or something, or the mechanic crew.
I would say this train will probably sit here overnight and probably go out in the morning.
Oh, that day crew.
Yeah, it's tied down right now. So.
What do you mean tied down?
The brakes on the locomotives and a set number of cars are set on. That's what they call tied down.
Hey, Randall.
Okay, yep, right. Because they're not being used in a certain amount of time yet, right?
Right. That's basically just keep this thing from rolling away, because this yard is actually on it's not much of a grade. The main part of the grade actually starts about 3 miles from here, but there's still a little bit of a grade on this on here. So the train technically can roll.
And how many
If
trucks
the brakes
wide?
are set on.
How many trucks across? How many sets of trucks across is the yard?
This yard has about 6 tracks. There's main 1, main 2, and then there's 4 yard tracks. This train is sitting on, and I'm trying to remember how they got this oriented, so don't hold me to this if I tell you a number, but I think this will be track 3. It's where this train is sitting at.
And the other 2 trains that we saw, one going right to left and the other one left to right.
We'll see that this yard, it goes back to single track about 1,000 feet from where I'm sitting. There's a bridge that crosses over the tracks, and the 2 mains go back to single track right under that bridge. And then where this train's sitting, there's a yard access track. So they actually rebuilt this yard last fall, and it needed it bad. I mean, it was in really bad shape when they started rebuilding it. They said some of the rails that were pulling up dated back all the way to the 1880s.
Oh wow!
Been around for a while then, yeah, cool.
Hey,
Yeah, they said they pulled some of the rail up and said it had 1880s. I think 1886 or something like that stamped on it.
Randall,
so it was like really old. Yeah.
Steve is asking where you're streaming from.
This is Thayer, Missouri. This is technically the halfway point of the Thayer subdivision, hence the line's name. But this is where all BNSF trains stop to swap crews. So where that van is sitting, that's the depot is what you're looking at, where the crews swap out.
Cool. Did you hear that, Steve?
And that little box looking thing right in front of you. Yeah, I was just gonna say that little box looking thing right in front of you is actually the cooler that houses water for the crews, bottled water. So,
what they open it with a key or slide the door and get a couple of bottles out and then shut the door again, do they?
No. Excuse me. They're like cases of water that they put in there. It's basically a giant cooler is what it is.
Oh, right. Do they have a certain amount allocated to each crew or each train or whatever, or just help yourself?
Generally, they'll put about 2 or 3 cases on a train. Excuse me. Sorry, my sinus is acting up.
Actually, Randall, I have a question, if I might.
Yeah, go ahead.
You know, I don't know much about these locomotives, but what are the restrooms like on these locomotives? I mean, do they have a restroom?
They do. They have a toilet in them.
I'm sorry?
They have a toilet in them.
They have a toilet in them? Okay.
Yep. It's not uncommon for a crew to get on a train. The toilet be broken on them, but on the one of their motors. But there was a story from I heard from one of the older head engineers. A lot of our non-BNSF power comes off Norfolk Southern. Has run through trains because BNSF interchanges with NS at Memphis, Tennessee, the south end of the Thayer subdivision. So we'll actually get NS motors here. One of the guys that's been here for probably a while, past 20, 25 years, he's told me a story about this a couple times. Back in the day, the older NS cars, what we call the pre-9 era of locomotives, which would be your SD40s, your non-white cab engines, let's say that. Those locomotives, now I was told this, didn't have an actual toilet in them. What they had was a seat with a hole cut in it, and then underneath it was a bucket with a trash bag. That's your toilet.
Oh.
That's old school.
Oh, that is awful. It is.
Oh yeah, that's not even outhouse quality.
Well, some of the times in the B classes, which are the old round nose ones, I've seen in videos, and I've seen here in the railway museum, that there's a as you come through the door, which is through the nose, just under the front light, you've got a little washroom sort of thing on one side. You've got a fridge, very small fridge, and to the right, just a crapper and a handle for the water flush, and that's it. So, yeah.
Yeah. Another one of those guys told me a story that, and then again, this is before the -9 started coming in. They said it got to the point where NS made the crews put their initials on the trash bag.
This is going to be a problem.
Okay, now this is where it's going to get kind of disgusting.
It is.
Because now I was told this, and this is a pretty credible source from what I heard this from. So, he said that he was told this by NS crews that the guys know down there, that apparently some of these guys were taking these trash bags when they got full, and somewhere along the tracks they would just throw them out of the window.
Oh, when they
alongside
got full?
the tracks.
I would think the first would be enough for me.
When they got full, they just tie them up. When they went by, they just out the window, inside the tracks. And I guess there's some residential areas nearby that happened. They got to complaining about it, so NS may have started writing the crew's initials on the bags. That way, if someone did that, they could just look on the bag. They could discipline them.
Oh my God! Look on the bag. Oh my God! There's.
Yeah, let that sink in while you're eating dinner.
Yeah.
Sorry, Steve. Sorry, Randall. I mean, Steve was asking what town in Missouri you were in.
Now, this is Thayer, Missouri. This is basically right next to the Arkansas-Missouri line. 2 miles from here in Mammoth Spring, Arkansas.
Missouri.
Thayer, Thayer.
Thayer. Thayer, Thayer, Thayer.
Yep.
Well.
So you were saying it a bit too far for.
Oh, sorry about that.
Thayer, Missouri. Okay, there you go, Steve.
Hey,
Steve's probably.
I got one for you.
Yeah. Oh, there's a new view. Right, hold on. Dave's got one for us. Go for it, Dave.
Yeah, now that I've thoroughly disgusted everybody with the story of the NS motors.
Oh no, we discussed.
If there's anybody out there that's Rock Island,
Proceed, Mr. Dave.
Hey, Mr. Royard.
shit's gonna hit the fan no matter what here, okay? If any of you guys are Rock Island Rail, how you doing? Hey, here's one for you guys. Rock Island. Somebody's not a big fan, I could tell.
I thought Rock Island was always
pull
blue.
this out of the drawer tonight. Got an F. These are prototype 2000 FA 1A and a B unit. They're both powered. These are the ones that were famous for the cracked gears. These locomotives sat in my drawer for about 6 years. Never ran.
He's like the kid at the back of the class.
I know. Always watching.
Sorry, I was just. Someone asked me a question.
If I
Sorry.
passport, crap, man. Oh.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I was just going to say, not only is Dave watching,
Now,
there's a camera on the depot here, so he's
I
watching
even have
it.
a scanner.
Everyone sits back and says,
Let's go.
Okay.
Right, so Dave, back to with your layout, Mr.
Yeah.
Stuff, Dave. You were talking about where you were putting stuff. So you took us for a little track, a walk around the track, and you were showing, but you were doing this and this and this. And so over that back corner behind your shoulder there is where you're putting that industrial area, yeah?
No. Let me find the camera.
Dave's going to go on a walk again.
I'm not going on a walk. Screw that. Let's see. Is it this camera? No. Is it this
The
camera?
one park where we're doing camera
Okay.
one the other day. Yeah, that's what I thought, yeah.
That's the provincial
That's
park.
the trees. The trees on the left, the purple and a couple of greens and then a purple one. In that section back there is where I'm talking.
Yeah, just beyond those trees. That's where the little fuel depot,
Yeah.
train wash, whatever I decide to put in there. That's where that's going.
That's what I was kind of thinking. Okay.
Since Tim did give you $1, you're naming the toilet after him, right, Dave?
Yeah. That little one behind that blue box over there, between the blue box and the blue car, and or the other side near that red car. Yeah.
Yeah, it would be like
The
Tim's
thunder
Dunny.
about foot high, you know, like Randall was talking about in the clappers in the train. It just, you know, porta potty, you know, just yeah.
It will be welcome to Tim's Dunny, mate.
Yeah, mate, and it's got to be M8. Figure 8, you know? Mate.
No, I don't do that crap. No. Oh, I seem to be slouching again. Oh, doesn't matter. You can't see me.
That's all right.
If you've got any plans for putting a trestle in that,
Sorry, Dave.
Something about a trestle.
Dave,
Did
what
you-
was that?
planning to put a bridge on that layout at all?
Yeah, no, Dave's not making a bridge. Doesn't have a bridge. Got no idea about making bridges. Nah.
I have. Oh my god, I've got so many bridges. Hold on. Let me get the box of bridges.
No,
Are
just
they-
if you put a bridge on there, you gotta put a brook with a couple of fish in. Oh,
Dave, they need to be printed only.
now he's gonna go
bridges.
dig out the.
That we're having 3D printed only. I would like. Here we go. Here's a bit of fun for you, Mr. Dave. I would like a 3D printed only section of houses, buildings,
Ugh.
cars, whatever, only. That's a challenge.
You want a what now? 3D printed what?
A section,
Uh-huh.
little town or whatever. Just a bit of fun.
Okay.
Only made by.
Hey, how about you
stuff
doing a 3D printed version of the
you know, like houses, cars, people.
All right. Yeah, I know what you're saying. Exclusively printed stuff. Oh, yeah, I know what you're saying. Okay. So here is my fine collection of bridges. I've got this one, which I really like, but it's not big enough. And I have 2 of these.
Oh, yes. Yeah. The old type.
Fairly usual common or garden bridges. I've got some of these upside down bridges. They're pretty cool. And I have another one of them. And I have various parts of bridges. I could make a lot of stuff with all this. And I have more parts of bridges. And I don't know where I got all these bridges from. But I have an absolute ton of bridges. Actually, that's all I've got. That was an anticlimax. I apologize.
So, are you going to make your flip out bridge into look like an actual bridge?
Yeah. If I could find either a big version of that or that with a smaller bridge at either side. Because I need basically 3 of them wide. And it needs to be obviously double track as well.
The framing across the top or the framing underneath?
What?
I think you're meaning, are you going to do a normal bridge or an upside down bridge?
Normal bridge for the lift thing, just a normal bridge. And I'm not removing the track. I'll just put the sides of the bridge, glue them to the sides of the wood, so that it kind of just. You know what? There's no point having to lay track on top of a bridge. It's all an illusion anyway, right?
So you'll have to work out what sort and how much an angle it is for when you lift it up, so that it doesn't crush that bottom corner.
Yeah, but the likes of that would be fine because. Oh, maybe it wouldn't then.
See, that's what I'm saying. See, yeah. And yours goes nearly 90 degrees or maybe a bit further, so you'll have to.
Yeah, it goes 100 degrees.
Well,
Let's see what happens.
The 3D printer. Now you got to print a little piece to go between them. Print some girders that fill it in.
Yeah,
I could do girders, but girders are a bit plain. I would really like a big version of that, but let me.
Well, you could have
That's
one.
not the right one. Oh goodness, no.
Maybe you could have ones that kind of like fall into itself as it folds up. You know.
Right. Once this slow
once
train,
the train goes past. Yeah.
then we'll see how much of an angle. Because
that's correct. Dave doesn't do anything normal, and he does it at 355 miles a second. It's got to be done today.
that one might work.
Don't you know, Tim? Dave doesn't know how to go slow.
Yeah. Actually, hey, Dave.
Yeah.
That type of bridge might work for what you want to do. That's everybody left here.
Okay, whatever bridge I use, I'm going to have to build it about 2 inches from the edge, or it will hit regardless. So.
Or maybe make one that actually folds into itself, sort of thing, when you do.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Yep. Okay.
And you can play on the illusion of it too, because if it's there, when you look at it, it's there, but when it folds, you're not going to notice because it's the illusion looking sideways at it.
Yeah.
Anyway, yeah. I'm sure you'll do it in hound. So quick on these things, you know.
I do need to put something at the sides, though. I don't want to lose one of these lovely trains I've got.
Well,
Yeah.
just get onto it. You know, because like you said in the live stream on Sunday, that you've got only so many hours in a day, and you've got YouTube videos, and that takes you, 9 hours to make a YouTube video, and then you've got to sleep for an hour, and then you've got to talk to your missus for 0.5 of a second, you know. You know, there's only so many hours in a day, Dave, and we already know that you can lay a track in a week and a half. So, yeah. Is that enough time for you in a day, Dave, to make a bridge?
It's way down in the list of priorities. I need some scenery over there. It looks really...
Scenery! Forget that. Scenery doesn't make your train fall off. Priorities, mate, priorities.
Wait, so you want the train to fall off?
Well, that would make a good YouTube video. Imagine that going viral.
Not
That
if it
would.
was one.
It would make a good video.
Well, I'll tell you what. There was a time I should have had my camera rolling. Unfortunately, at the time it happened, I was in so much shock over derailing my then new scale trains Dash 9s on the club layout, because right after that happened, the club president had he had his O scale layout, or they had the club's O scale layout set up, and he had one of those post-war GG1s. He's actually got two of them. He's got one Tuscan red, one in green. And the Tuscan red one, there was these little cheap plastic barns on the layout. That's so good. That GG1 missed the quarter on that layout, went right through that barn and off into the floor.
Oh.
Never scratched the GG1, completely obliterated the barn on the layout. But like I said, it was one of the little cheapy plastic barns that wasn't worth anything, but that was wild. That would have got 1 million views probably.
Yeah. I don't know, I reckon a bit of fun, carefully, you know, some padding on the ground, camera at the bottom, camera at the side, camera at the top. Might make a good YouTube video, Dave, you know?
Hey, what was that?
I can do that. I reckon, there we go, Dave. I challenge you to use all of the video devices that you have at your disposal to make a quality or semi-quality train off the bridge video.
As long as it's one of your trains.
Train off the bridge?
Yeah, well, you're complaining
No, dude,
about
we do that.
train off the bridge. Well, let's
Oh,
make
oh,
it
yeah. Well, why don't we just do a Gomez Adams thing with the dynamite, you know, and blow the train up as it's going across, you know?
You know, Speedy Gonzales, or what's the other one? Beep Beep Roadrunner.
Well, if you're going to do some of that stuff, at least give me time to get in the field position.
Yeah, a bit
Before you
of power
do
in
that.
the Come on. I can see the cognitive Dave kids going around.
I don't have a train fast enough. Sorry, I would, but I don't have a train fast enough to make the jump.
Would you like me to send you one? Because
Yeah.
mine are faster than yours.
Yeah, but yours are all primitive DC.
Yeah, well,
And steamy.
DCC.
Oh.
Hey,
Oh,
DCC
he's already a DC snob now.
Yeah,
Oh, you guys are all DC, man. You guys are just...
bloody
You're
DC.
nothing.
Yeah, that's it. I'm going. Come on, Jim. Let's go and do a live stream. Come on, Jim. He's picking on us DC people now. Jeez, I don't know.
Wait a minute, Jim, are you DC?
No, I'm DCC.
Yeah, see,
I've been DCC.
you're on your own there, Tim.
Yep.
Fine. I don't care. Hey, that's all right. The more trains for me, because you can have your DCC stuff, and that leaves all the DC stuff. For me.
No, because we're buying up all the cheap DC stuff, and putting in a decoder and bringing it
Dave.
into this century.
I got something that will scare Tim.
Go for it.
It's a decoder.
Ooh.
You know, I bought a bunch of Soundtrax motor decoders, and I say a bunch, I bought a couple for a pair of Frisco engines that I got. Well, I wasn't paying attention to what it was saying, and I guess the thing needs the headlights need resistors, which that's not a problem. I got the resistors already if I need them. So, but anyway, that'll be an interesting project once I get started. I may switch it to LEDs too, because it's those old Athearn SD40-2s that I got. They're the ones that predate the LED bulbs that they've got now. They got the 1.5 volt bulbs. So I may just wait, just switch those bad boys over to LEDs.
I would, you know what, when it comes to DC, I would say that 99% of my locos were running better on DC, to be honest.
Yeah.
But I just prefer the functionality of DC, that's all. But they do run perfectly fine on DC. So
But why do you think there's a difference when you go from DC to DCC? Do you think
it's trying to convert it's trying to convert AC to DC. So there's obviously a wee bit of interference. Maybe, I mean, it'll still run fine, but sometimes they hum a bit, you know, because it's trying to change that
the wave
left to right signal to direct current, you know.
As I explained the other day, a DC is that much, or cutting out the top of the wave, whereas DCC has wave. Yeah.
It's where, yeah.
So I've noticed, I don't know if it's just me, but when I convert mine to DCC, even with the cheap Digitrax decoders, it quiets them way down.
Oh, really?
Yeah, where they were a lot louder before I put the decoder on. I put the decoder on and it quieted
bingo's
way
my
down.
theory then.
I mean, and I think we're using the same decoders, Dave, so I don't know. Maybe it's just I'm lucky and you're not. I have no idea. Because I'm just using the cheap 126Ds.
Yeah, that's what
Yeah, that's why I use a lot of my stuff too. That's not sound equipped. They're good decoders.
Because you can get just plain decoders that do motor function only, can't you, without sound?
The only reason I got the Soundtrax motor decoders for these two Frisco engines, I wanted the flashing beacon on them, and I wanted to see how much better they performed versus the Digitrax decoders that's in them already. The ones that's hooked into the 9-pin JST plug.
Okay.
I will say this: I have an Atlas Master -8 that has a factory decoder installed, and that thing it hums loud.
That's it. Yeah.
Now, see, that's unusual. I never had that happen. I've got two Atlas B40-8s Ws.
Yep.
One has QSI in it, and one has ESU Look Sound V5 in it. I've never had any issues with them, either one.
But yeah, I was running it today, and I was kind of surprised at how loud the thing hummed because I haven't ran it in a couple weeks or whatever. So.
All right, I'm just looking at something that I bought. I don't know whether you'll see it. No, it's still in the box. I don't know whether you can see that. So that's what.
Oh, that's what do they call those locos?
It's a switcher, but it's DCC. And I'm just wondering, because I haven't done the unboxing for it yet. But it just says it's factory DCC. So I'm just wondering whether it's an 8-pin or a 21-pin. And because I can't run it, because I'll have to, like I was talking to Cody the other day, I'll have to find a blanking plate because I don't have any. So, and I stupidly, when I bought it, I didn't look at the time, but it's all good.
You might not have to. I have a Bachmann SD40, has a factory Bachmann DCC chip. I don't think it's actually 8-pin or whatever. I think it's just the board itself, and it will run on standard DC.
Even
What I
though
would say, Tim, what I would say, don't overthink it. If it's an 8-pin, all you have to do is jump 3. It's like 2 L shapes.
Yeah.
You just jump those 3. I'll show you
I know,
on Facebook.
Dave, I know that one. Yeah.
Yeah, but that's all you're doing. You're just joining 3 of the corner connections together to convert it to DC. If it is an 8-pin, I don't know about the other pin jobs.
Well, I don't know. It's still in the box, and I haven't done the unboxing for it. But yeah.
Okay.
But it just says loco is DCC fitted with default address number 3.
Yep.
So yeah.
But yeah, I have one that should have almost identical board, and if you're lucky, you should be able to run it straight DC with the decoder in it.
And I'm gonna have to do my job, so
I don't have to disable the DCC in it.
No, it'll run DCC. It'll run DC right out of the box.
Yep.
Oh, okay, cool. All right, thanks, guys.
Yeah, that's the one I was running on the table on an 18-inch curve, and it decided that it wanted to jump the table because that's before I hooked any of the DCC stuff up.
Here's Bachmann GE 44-ton switcher with factory DCC. Yeah,
that's good. Yeah, GE 44-ton switcher. That's what it is. Yeah.
Yeah. And I scored it for $137 on eBay auctions. So I'm right. That's brand new.
Good.
Well, that's not too bad if it's new, I guess.
Yeah.
I thought that was a bargain. $137, brand new.
The price of equipment has gone up drastically. I can't believe what they're asking for for model trains these days. Dave was mentioning the Rapido cars the other day. $100 a passenger car, and that's just who can afford a string of passenger cars at that price?
And that's not even new. That's a used one.
Yeah.
Well, they're doing things, Oxygen here in Australia. They're doing cattle, 2-row or 3-row cattle carriages with sheep and stuff in them. 3D printed from China or wherever, mass produced. $225 per carriage, brand new. And I thought, and they're selling like hotcakes. They are sold before they even hit Australia.
I don't get it.
And I just like, yeah, no way. I don't get it. I really don't.
Even stuff within the last couple of months, because a couple months ago I bought some older Concord Amtrak Superliner cars. I paid maybe $100 for like 4 of them, and now they're like $100 per car, and they're used. So it's like they went up just within the last couple of months.
Well, that's why I love buying my second-hand stuff off eBay or Marketplace or stuff like that here, because I'm getting good quality stuff that's new or near new, or even like one of the other ones that in my video that'll come out in the next couple of hours, sort of, kind of. It's 1960 engine, and it's beautiful.
I do a lot of bottom feeding on eBay. And, it just if you want something, it'll eventually come along at the price that you want.
Yeah,
and
well, I have the same. I have eBay and I have a watch list, and I see something that I like, or I type in something and just put it on the watch list, and I get an email every night telling me so this or whatever, or I might not get any notification for weeks because there's nothing there.
Yeah, and you can still get pretty good deals, because I got this about a month or so ago. It's an old Athearn blue box with a decoder already installed for like $30.
Oh,
on eBay.
Good. Yeah.
Can't beat that.
But
that's why I like to buy second-hand stuff, because most of it's quality stuff. Even some of the really cheap stuff, like I bought one the other week, at $20 or something, $25. and it said it had scratches on it and stuff. I got it here, and I looked at it, and I thought, well, okay, cut the scratches, so what? And it wasn't really bad scratches. It was just little fine nicks in it. And when you put it on a truck behind something else, you don't notice it. So what?
That 2 foot rule.
Yeah.
I'm 2 foot, you're 2 foot. Yeah, a little bit different, but yeah.
Yeah, I generally find when I go to a train show, if it's an Athearn, I'll get it. You know, if it's cheap enough, because they're so easy to repair, even if they're broken.
Yep.
But they're just bulletproof, bomb-proof, in fact. I don't know if you've got that. Did you get any Athearns over there, Tim?
Nah, I haven't seen much of that Athearn type stuff. Well, I've seen a bit of the Buckman stuff. That's why I thought that's not too bad for that price. So we get a lot of Hornby, Lima, all that sort of stuff. But that's older kind of quality stuff. But even some of the newer Hornby stuff, it's still big.
See, the absolute amazing thing about Athearn blue boxes is there's no wires. There's no wires. You know, it's all through the frame on one side and the other. It's just genius. So there's not a lot that can go wrong. You know, maybe the motor might get a bit old and sloppy, but they're so good. They're a bit noisy, I'll give them that, but you just turn the music up or put in a sound decoder. Yeah, Jim.
I talked to that noisy Athearn. Noisy Athearns, you know they have the brass flywheels on each side.
Yeah.
What happens is they're out of balance, and that's what causes the vibration.
Okay.
So what you do is you get the motor spinning, and then with like a marker, X-Acto blade or something, just kind of come up to the flywheel, and just to the point where it just about touches it, you'll see where the out of balance spot is, because you hit it and then pull it away, and then when you stop the motor, you'll see where the mark is where it's out of balance.
Okay.
And do that for both sides, all right? And then take that out of balance spot and twist them opposite of each other. That way, they're out of balance on opposite sides.
Then you get that sort of thing, yeah.
Yeah, and that way, that'll help reduce. It won't eliminate the vibration, of course, but it'll reduce it.
That's a good one. Sorry, Tim, is it you that's got the Roland Road thing? The tester? I'd quite like to get one of them. I think I could use that quite a lot.
I bought it on AliExpress. It's about 200 and something normal in the shops, and I bought it. It was like $65 on AliExpress.
Yeah, it's pretty good actually. Yeah.
I jumped at it with that price, and it comes with 2 lots of power cables and everything. But I bought the long 300mm one because that comes with more rollers underneath for steamers and stuff. Whereas if you buy the standard one, it only comes with, I think, 4 or 5 sets of rollers.
Okay. Right, obviously Corky is just desperate to show us something.
I was going to say, you was talking about the Athearn blue box with no wires, so just for anyone that doesn't know.
Oh, that's the metal plate, yeah.
Yeah. And it comes off easily.
It's only spring-loaded, isn't it? Yeah.
So, yeah, it's really simple. And they're, like Dave said, they're bulletproof.
Yeah, it's a fantastic design. That's, and they hold up for many, many years.
Yeah.
In fact, all the other companies have started copying it. If you look at the Bachmans and stuff like that, their drive systems are pretty similar to what the Athearns were.
Mm-hmm.
If I remember correctly, Proto 2000s were actually a pretty big one to copy Athearn, if I remember correctly.
It was Proto then, yes. Proto, yeah.
So Steve's asking, he's got a Tyco Alco that he's stumped on, can't figure out how it powers, only one wire running through it. So I think I know what he's talking about, but the other side is actually going to be powered, or it'll get its contact through the motor, through the frame to one side, and that wire you're talking about goes to the other side to the pickups. I've seen that. It's a really horrible design, to be honest, because you're relying on the motor touching. Part of the motor touches the frame. It's horrible.
Touching the bottom of it, yeah.
No, sometimes there's just a random little brass plate somewhere that should always be touching the frame, and sometimes it loses contact.
Exactly.
That's how them split frame Bachmans work too. Although
Yeah.
they had a
No,
little
no,
bit
no. The
better.
split frames are real. They're quite clever as well, but they do have wires. No, they don't have wires actually.
Nope.
They've got those semicircular things that touch the
Yeah,
undersides.
and the
A little
one
plate
on
to
mine broke,
keep it apart. Yeah.
so I
I
had
would
to
take one
have.
apart, but I'm not going to do that.
Yeah,
Because
no, I'll take one
they're-
apart.
No, they're
Oh,
horrible. They're not
But-
easy to work on.
I
Yeah,
have
that
my-
semicircle thing on the
Yeah.
bottom, it broke, so I had to wire it.
Yeah, I hate that design because you don't get really good contact. You know, you try and bend them up so that they make good contact with the frame, but you know, it only lasts for a few days, and then they settle back down, and they're just, you know, the more places where you have wipers, you know that the wheel has to hit the wiper, and then the wiper has to hit the frame, and
Yep.
you know, you get all that intermittent contact going on. It just, you know, not very good.
Dave, here's that rolling rod. It's got 2 holes at the end here, which is where your power cables go in.
Okay.
Banana plugs. Sorry, the quality of my camera's pretty shit, but yeah. And it's got two flat pieces that slide along to give you the support
Yeah.
underneath. And then you've got 8 lots of these that just slide along anywhere you want to put them. And you just set it up and it all sits nice and flat, and you just sit your loco on it. And I think it's great because it's 300 mil long, so I can have one loco with tenders a whole lot. Even
Yeah, I like that. Is there any way you could?
and it's
Is there any
great.
way you could mount that to something just to make it a permanent?
I can sit it on a piece of wood or whatever, anything I like, yeah. But it's only this end here and the other end. It's only plastic. It's kind of like 3D print. You could make your own. 3D
Right.
print one end, 2 pieces of tube and a piece in the middle, because it says in the instructions that to do anything with it, you lift up this part of the track, and you can take these out. Now I don't want to, but you just lift it up a bit, and you can take these out.
All right. Yeah,
And
the
then
other
you
thing
know
about
that
to make
power
those little
from
bearings.
either side. It gets its power from either side of the rail.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, I'd
you
like
can make one easy, but for $60, I thought, shit.
I know, no, that's a good price if I can find it that cheap. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, if you watch my video, it's coming out. You'll actually.
No, I won't be watching that.
No.
Yeah,
Don't
yeah.
anybody watch Tim's bits and pieces. He's a rat bag. Oh,
Okay.
Criminals are bad
and he's
influences.
at 470. So if he ever got to 500 subs, that'd be terrible, wouldn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna take a risk and add Dave back in. He's been sitting patiently out in the lobby. Here we go. Dave, are you working? So he's maybe fallen asleep because it's
I'm
been so
working
long.
as far as I know.
There he is. There he is.
Yeah, well,
You just got to move that camera a wee bit slower.
I'm not even moving it thoroughly. But, you know, I figured I'd let you know what I have coming for Saturday, in case if there was anything you needed, just let me know.
Okay.
Okay. And that scanner I sent you, it's got a decent antenna on it. You'll be able to hear a lot.
Does it come with instructions?
Yeah, in Gaelic.
That was the only thing I did not have when I bought the radio news separately. That's where the paperwork went to. But if I find it, I'll mail it to you.
Actually, no, don't bother. Just tell me the make and model.
But I'm
and
still trying to figure out how to turn the camera.
No, we don't want to see your face. No, just give us the.
You'll see the make and model.
Oh my God.
Yeah, no, but it would be nice to download
I don't have
manual before
it
it's
in
here.
front of me there.
Yeah, but you must remember what you sent. What is it? Is it a Uniden or what?
No brain.
It's a Radio Shack.
Radio Shack. Okay.
Oh, skip.
Is that it? Radio Shack. I'll Google Radio Shack. See if anything comes up.
Dave, imagine that.
Wait a minute. Radio Shack went out of business like last century, did they not?
Well, Radio Shack's Tandy brand.
The only,
Yeah.
the only thing you're gonna have to do with the radio is get 6 AA batteries, either rechargeable or regular alkalines.
Okay. You know what? I think you might have sent me a picture of that a while ago. Let me have a wee
When you
check.
get it, if you can,
Let me check.
if I remember correctly.
Is it a
And no, it
handheld
wasn't
scanner
the
or-
wasn't the cat house of the lady.
Dave, is it a
Hey,
handheld
Tim,
scanner
how's
or
the
is it
weather
a
down under? It's a handheld.
Okay, I've got a picture of it.
volume knob on the top and the aerial coming up at the top as well, yeah?
Yeah, antenna mounts on the top.
Yeah, all right.
Now, Dave,
I know
when you
the
get the scanner, watch it for my messenger. If we do a video chat, I'll coach you through to get into the search band where the railroad frequencies are on that radio. You just
Okay.
hit the search, and you got different different banks. You have one for fire, police, weather, marine, citizen band radio, and the railroad. Even I don't know if you like aircraft, but they do have an aircraft bank in that radio too. So
Well,
if you go out and chase airplanes,
most
they're not doing.
anyway, except for like, well, you can't go police and all that nowadays because they're digital. So it's not a digital scanner, is it?
It's a digital programmable.
Yeah,
Oh,
but it doesn't.
I forget.
Doesn't.
Here is
Okay,
yeah,
I think I found it.
it's a digital scan. No,
I think I found it, Dave.
Yep.
I think it's a Pro 97. The Radio Shack Pro 97 is a high-performance extended coverage scanner. Has the ability to scan both trunked and conventional channels at the same time. It cannot decode digital trunking. Program up to 1,000 frequencies and I don't know why I'm talking like this. In 10 banks of 100. This allows you to organize frequencies for easier access. For example, race frequencies in bank 1. Oh, I'm going to stop now. It's rude when people talk over you, though, isn't it?
Hey, Dave.
Hey.
Get the king out of your cream.
So I will download the manual for that because as soon as I get it, I'll be straight out the door.
No, it might be a Pro 99.
Oh, you're gonna like the what you said. I like the one I have because it fits right in my pocket, nice and snug.
Depends, Dave. There's probably 30 different brands of those.
I show you strange stuff back a few years ago. It's sitting right in front of the camera. It's building not the white screen. This one right here. That's actually a replica of one of the old New York, Ontario, Western Trade House. Made of balsa wood.
Oh, easier to read Pro
Hey,
97 scanner manual. Perfect.
There you go, Dave.
Oh, you can fight.
Is all the not Unigen, all of the Radio Shack can help.
Oh my goodness, look at that mess. What are we looking at?
Oh, that's the top of the refrigerator down there. Dave, you remember about that plastic
Are you in a tunnel? Dave, are you in a tunnel? Dave's in a tunnel.
Pardon me, can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
The little restaurant I showed you, that's what I was telling you about the other night on your live feed you need for that residential area.
Oh, okay.
Hold on, let me get back over here. This guy right here. It's an old passenger car.
I hope that was your hand we were just looking at.
I was trying to point at the. I don't have a laser pointer. If I don't be in trouble for pointing at that. Well,
Oh,
I gave you guys a tour of the train room.
no.
I
gonna have nightmares
refrigerator. I
Sorry.
have a
Right, so
small
we're back
refrigerator.
looking at stuff.
This white box with all the wires and everything. That's my small refrigerator. I got a pull scanner so I can hear the top of the screen, television, and I want my broadcast whenever I do it. I'm gonna pull out the little miniature video player that I had mounted out after Blue Box U33B. We'll do a live video stream of the thing going around shooting video of the whole layout.
Okay.
And I got Dave beat, by the way. I got a pair of well, he said his Canadian Pacific 90 Max. I got my estimator back right here. I have a pair of them, by the way. Well, look, I'm gonna call it a night, gentlemen. Dave, contact me
No.
via messenger when you get that ready, and I'll cut when you get the batteries to put in the radio. I'll help you through getting onto the railroad band bank station to build scan the whole railroad frequency.
Okay. Yep.
Gentlemen, have a good night, and Tim, I hope the weather's good down there in Australia, because someday I'm going to get down that way. If I ever get the fear
Yeah, a couple
flying out
of
of
days. Thank you.
I guarantee I can come down there and look for you.
Yeah,
You guys
I'm
have a
just
good night, okay?
Yep. Night.
Hey, have a good night, Dave.
Thanks, Dave. Good night.
Good night.
Got there in the end.
Oh yeah, sigh of relief. I'm sure Dave's a great guy and everything, but the video feed was a little painful.
Yeah, I'm thinking tripod. Tripod makes a huge difference because as soon as you start moving your camera, the information required to get into your camera just it quadruples, and it really affects bandwidth. So try and keep your camera as steady as possible. Anyway, back to talking smut, I guess.
No, it just my stomach was just going up and down with the video camera shaking and everything. It just shut up.
We can't all be as perfect as us,
Yeah, I can't.
Perfect. Oh, jeez. Let's not start on you then.
Yeah, Dave 1 is the only perfect one here.
What was that, perfect or prefect? Sorry, let's get the terminology of the wording around and the letters and the... Yeah, prefect. That's right, prefect. Yeah.
I think we've ran out of shit to talk about, so...
No. It's only 3 hours, Dave. You've still got a few more to go.
No. I'll save that for the weekend. I'll do a big one at the weekend.
No, come on.
You know what I've not done in a while is make an actual video.
Yeah, you're tracking.
Yeah, I really am. But I just wanted to get the track finished, get that decoder out of Max's Steam Train so that I can give him that back at the weekend. So now I can get back to work. Yeah, I've also got a visitor coming next month, so I've got to tidy the whole basement because,
You go unavailable?
and all that. What?
You single unavailable or?
So what?
Is she single and available for the third time?
No, he's not.
That's why Tim likes it.
Not.
A friend from Scotland coming over.
So he's coming to see your missus, eh?
It's always sex with you, isn't it?
Yeah, with him it is. You should see the stuff he sends me, Dave.
I don't think I want to.
I don't want it either.
I don't want to know either. It's good fun.
Oh my god! But I tell you though, some people who don't get your jokes, it's.
I know, it's terrible people that don't get my jokes, isn't it? What more can I say? You know?
No, it's just I found that. Okay, I'm gonna do a sort of survey here. Corky, was that joked, or can I call you Cody?
I don't care. It's your,
where have you travelled to in your life? I know you're young, but you know.
I have quite a few of the states. I've never left the states though.
Interesting.
But I traveled many of the states, at least from New York over to like Kansas area, and like pretty much all of them states.
Okay, so you've done a bit of travelling within your own country, which is a huge country. Right, Jim, have you travelled?
Well, I did most of my traveling when I was in the Army. Like I said, but all stateside. South Carolina, Georgia, Alabama. Basically East Coast stuff, up and down the East Coast.
Okay, and Tim, when he's back. Tim, have you travelled?
Yes.
Where have you been? Oh, you were across the high seas, weren't you?
I'm ex-Navy, so yeah, so we did that. So all the east coast of Australia with the Navy, and then over to Singapore, and then the Gulf, in the Gulf War.
Okay.
And then after that, I was an interstate truck driver.
Okay, I don't need a whole list. I was just asking a general question. Holy shit.
And then I went to America and Canada. So
let me know when you're finished. You done?
That's it. I said
right.
That's it.
Okay, so my point is,
person down. Jeez.
I think, and I'm just guessing here, but I think the more people travel, the more receptive you are to humour of different styles. Okay.
No, don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, because you have to appreciate the terminology and the culture of different places to get the jokes. Because Jim gets the jokes, right? Cody gets the jokes, and you are a joke,
Yep.
Oh my god!
I couldn't resist. It was just.
Like at least I've got big enough shoulders to handle it.
No, but I just feel the more you travel, the more you can appreciate humor from different, places. Oh, Randall's back.
One thing I will say after knowing quite
a few. Sorry guys, I had to do my job.
But one thing I will say after knowing quite a bit of Australia, a lot of people tend to get offended by what they say, but it's kind of normal for them. It's like everyday talking for them. But like they'll call people different names and others will get really offended by it, but to them it's just 100% normal. That's
very similar to Scottish, to be honest. That's why I think Scottish people and Aussies get on quite well, because we can be quite abusive without taking offence. Yep. Isn't that right, Cunty Face?
From people, not so much the criminals, but we are isolated from a lot of people from the UK in the early 50s, 60s, 70s. So, and then we had all the Irish and the Italians and the Greeks. That was early 60s and 70s as well. So, yeah.
But yeah, with the racing, we had a lot of Australians come over, and they'll start calling you names and everything. And a few people I knew got really offended, and it's like that's just normal for them. It's like they don't mean anything usually.
It's a term of endearment.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, like they say, "G'day, mate," and it's like, well, it's like hello. Not that a lot of us proper people use mate these days, because it's something that the media started. Tourism and stuff over in America, so we don't. A lot of the time, we don't say "G'day, mate." That's not what we use.
I was actually looking up Google before we came on to see what offends Australians. Just a wee list.
Oh, here we go.
And apparently, if I was to say to Tim, "Okay, champ," apparently that's really offensive.
Yeah, champ's like a comment. Yeah.
See that to like I would say North America, champ is more of a good thing.
Yeah.
Or maybe you would say it to a kid, if he's doing well at Little League or whatever. Come on, champ, But in Australia, apparently, it's really offensive, and I don't know why.
Well, champ kind of here is kind of a foot downy type thing. Yeah.
That's weird.
Yeah.
One thing I've found out, and I don't know if it's a lot of states or whatever, but at least in the U.S., I've heard a lot of people get offended if they get called buddy.
Yeah, in Canada, actually.
I'll be right back. I gotta use the restroom. I'm gonna leave the camera on though.
In case we see a train, awesome. Are we just going to wait till he gets back before we talk? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's just sit and awkward silence.
Stuff and tongue-in-cheek sort of stuff, but yeah. I don't know if a lot of you over there know, but something a lot of us over here in Australia we use is Urban Dictionary. If you ever get into that is just like slang and stuff, and it's proper words, proper dictionary words, but it's slightly ruder, but it gives you the tongue-in-cheek stuff as well. But it's not Australian. It's made by Americans actually, which is kind of weird, but yeah, Urban Dictionary. It's
yeah, we all know about Urban Dictionary, unfortunately.
Yeah.
I was told at one point to look up the word felching, and I wish I never did.
There's a video. There's a video about felching.
Come on, no.
It's an old radio skit actually about felching.
No, that's disgusting. No, I'm sure Cody and Jim are like, "What's felching?" Don't even look it up, and just erase that word from your brains, okay?
Oh my God, I get this morbid curiosity now.
Yep, that's what I did.
Yeah.
Ferret. I'm just gonna say ferret.
Oh, humans are disgusting. Yep, I agree with Bill. Don't look it up.
Yeah.
Hey, talking of which, Bill, I never did mention you. Bill got me these little motors, by the way, a long time ago. Bill was always sending me stuff, but I will use it, Bill. I will, along with all the other stuff he sent me ages ago.
Yeah, those little servos are great. They're nice. They're very inexpensive. They work well. If I had it to do all over again, I'd probably use those for switch machines.
Cool.
Well, that's what I'm kind of thinking, because I've got probably 50 or 60 servos in the garage, and I've got probably 10 or 12 controllers and all that sort of stuff. Plus, I used to import from England electronic speed controllers for all the motors. So I'm thinking I might be able to use them for my track as well. So, yeah. They might even fit inside of some of the trains, because I was the Australian distributor for electronised speed controls. And you two just could it. I can see you gagging like crazy. And you're like...
No, I'm looking at Papa. I wish he would change his name to Papa John. This whole Papa John. Anyway, Papa John commented in England, you can't see nice fanny.
Yeah,
Now,
Billy Connolly. Can't say...
There's a phrase that was in a Scottish comedy show. It was a couple of kids, and they were talking to this older woman, and they said, "Gi's a swatchy your fanny." And she did. Because fanny in the UK and probably Australia as well is not a bum. It's a vagina.
Oh.
So when you say fanny in the UK, it's a vag.
Oh.
It's your front bum, yeah.
Joe's Trains is Vegemite. Is that similar to Vegemite, since we're on the subject? Because I'm sure that tastes terrible as well.
We have here in Australia, it's a paste, which is basically
Vegemite sandwich. Oh, no!
It's yum. Hang on, look, Dave, look.
Tim's not hearing what I'm saying.
Oh,
He's not hearing. It's going through one hearing aid and out the other.
Oh, Vegemite comes in first.
oh,
Dave, get your Vegemite into it. Get your veg into that, Dave. Look, it's a big jar, Dave. No, brand new. And look, it's even got a thing on it just for you, Dave.
no.
See, I knew we would get here eventually.
Oh my God.
I need to now Google a Vegemite sandwich to see if anyone's actually.
A Vegemite sandwich, yeah.
Do
Well,
you come from a land down under?
hey, Men at Work. Yep, good song.
Oh,
That is a good song.
Men at Work, good group.
It's like a dump in a jar.
Yep, have a dump in a jar. That's it. Thanks, Steve.
Oh my God! Oh, we were talking about square sausages earlier on,
Yes, hamburgers.
which made me so hungry I had to go and fry up some sausages last night. Jeez.
And it took you an hour and 2 minutes to cook up two bloody pieces of meat, put them in some bread or something, and come back an hour and 2 minutes later.
You can't rush a good sausage. That's what she said. But you've got to take your time.
Oh, I'm glad you shut that because I was ready to shut down that.
No, you don't want to eat a raw sausage. Oh my God.
You opened the door on that.
Dave.
You put it
I'm
between
laughing at
your
the chat
buns.
as well. The chat's just as bad as it is in here. Should get these people in here. Although I think Randall is probably quite offended by this chat because Randall strikes me as quite a clean living gentleman.
Oh,
I'm
I'm shutting my mouth. I'm not. No, I'm not going to say nothing. No.
Cody. When it's snowing, come.
So everyone's complaining that, well, they might not be complaining, but they're commenting that it's going downhill fast, yet they're still here.
Well,
Yep.
Yeah, we've still got how many in the room? That's the only problem using this silly stream, guys. We can't tell.
I know, I don't want to open up YouTube because then we'll get the whole echo nonsense.
Couldn't you mute it though?
Yeah.
Yeah, I actually have YouTube open to my left here.
That's
I
how
can
I'm.
see so I can see the chat.
Yep.
And
Same.
I've got YouTube muted, so I don't get the the feedback.
Well, at least you've learnt, so others don't know that trick. And they come on and they have YouTube going. It's like, oh!
Well, that was my problem at first. When I first got on the stream, I had both feeds going, and I'm like, okay, how do I mute YouTube? My cursor's going all over the place. And I tried closing YouTube. I closed the feed twice.
No, we didn't notice, Jim. We didn't notice at all.
Oh, you didn't notice at all? Oh, thank you. No, Jim's gone. No, we lost Jim.
We didn't notice it at all, Jim.
Apparently Randall is mean, but he's at work, so he's got to behave. That's interesting to know.
What, you mean he's foul, couth like us?
I don't know about that, but he might be. Good night, Bill. Thank you very much for dropping by. That's Solar Garage, by the way, that I keep calling Bill. He is a good, solid dude. I mean, a good... nothing I say tonight is going to be clean, apparently.
Well, that's all right. That's what the disclaimer at the bottom for, isn't it?
And you say Tim is the one that always thinks about
Yeah,
that.
thank you, Cody. Thank you.
Bootlickers.
Although Tim usually talks about females, you usually talk about males.
Who does?
See?
You.
No!
Do I?
You usually talk about sausage and all of that. I hear your echo, Dave.
What echo?
He's checking himself out.
Does anybody have anything to say about model trains? Yeah.
Yeah, lots, but they're choosing not to.
Well,
Well, when are we going to talk more about Dave's layout and where he's putting track and not putting track?
Oh, damn right. Cody is desperate to show us his
No, not
masterpiece.
really.
Oh, okay.
No,
No,
you got to show us it now. You
that's
teased
Cody
us.
staring
Let's
me.
see it.
That was a teaser.
That's Cody staring me.
Oh, you're working on a video, right?
A terrible video, but a video at that.
A video that'll come out in about 30 years.
Yeah, probably.
So are you going to keep that glossy, or are you going to put a matte finish on it?
It's only a little bit glossy because the giant LED
Okay.
light, but in normal lighting, it's actually not super glossy. It's
Okay.
actually more of a satin finish.
And is that a fantasy scheme, or is it based on something?
It is my freelance fantasy.
So it's your fantasy?
Yes.
Gotcha.
oh, Jesus.
Like all these.
Everything's an innuendo with Dave.
See? And Dave picks on us.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Papa John says, is that a tunnel train? I don't know what a tunnel train is.
Technically
That sounds rude
speaking,
as well.
it was based off a tunnel motor.
I don't know what that is. What's a
So-
tunnel motor?
So a tunnel motor was, I think, something the Southern Pacific had designed for either trains were overheating in like the 6-mile long tunnels. So
Oh, it's
they-
literally a tunnel, right? Okay.
yeah, so what they did is they put the radiators up in the back of the roof instead of the side, and had this big air intake, which I don't know if you can see.
Yeah,
see
yeah, I
it.
see that. Yeah.
So that would pull in a lot of cold, fresh air to the radiators. So,
Okay, because if it was on the roof, it would be too close to the top of
something
the
like
tunnel.
that.
Oh, okay. Oh, interesting.
So yeah, just pull in a lot of clean, fresh air instead of overheating. Because a lot of them tunnels were like
I think
6
it
to
may
8
have to
miles
do
long.
with the exhaust. The exhaust was getting sucked back in.
Yeah, I think.
okay.
Yep.
Come up the top and right back in.
I hate it when you get sucked back in. Anyway, there's
Jesus.
Ross is asking how many trains you've murdered.
And a number that I do not have, but there is probably about 20 more that's going to be murdered down the road.
I reckon you've done about 30 at a guess, because that lineup you showed me the other day would be somewhere about 30.
Line up.
Right now, I think it's been 8 to 10 so
Oh.
far.
I thought there was more than that. It's just a mirror.
Oh.
Just a mirror behind it. Yeah, right.
No. But yeah, I think we're out 8 to 10, and I'll murder until I'm done murdering, I guess.
So there's nothing more to murder.
Yeah, exactly.
See what he
Dave,
was.
would you like me to go and get you that graffiti
Yes.
thing?
Yes.
And you can have a look at it live instead of
Yeah,
waiting.
I want to see it. I think that looked great. In a really weird kind of way.
Anything else you would like me to get while I'm there?
Any sausages?
None today.
Ah, okay. Papa John has totes full of dead ones. Yikes. The anticipation is killing me.
That doesn't look bad. It's just I don't care for the graffiti, personally.
I'm not a big fan of graffiti as a thing, but I think it kind of works on trains because they do get left in the dark on their own, and scallywags come along and tag them or whatever. But
I guess
not
I'm-
generally.
More fine with it on rolling stock, but not the engines.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, it's $78 I paid for that and a body. $78. But sorry, my camera doesn't do much justice. But it's like,
Yeah, let's see the back end. Hey, I didn't even snigger. That wasn't me. Let's see it. I like that. So basically, they can drive it backwards and sit there, yeah?
well, yeah, I guess kind of, yeah.
I think
It's
stuff.
got two windows there,
Yeah.
one window in the middle, and then it's got the windows on the side as well. So yeah, I guess, yeah.
So presumably there's a passageway all the way up to the front, yeah?
Well, no, there's a walkway. With these, I know for a fact, you've got your diesel engine.
7421 South, first EMS, 6351, 34 MPH.
Randall, can you just pass that, please? Please, I'm talking, please. It's diesel electric, so it's got a diesel motor running an electric turbine, and there's a walkway down either side of the actual loco, down inside the shelves. So
Oh, okay, yep.
And you walk down the outside, inside the body, and because I've been on a lot of them that are here, and it's kind of, but it doesn't show you, but on the doors here, where they get into the train, down the bottom under here, in this section just here, on our real trains, that is actually a chute. There's a chute underneath that goes up into the back of the cab, and what they do is they drop the key for the section for the switches. So the guys and the crew on the ground, they unlock the section of the points, and then they put it back, and it goes back up in that little chute thing to the drivers, so they don't have to get out of the train. And it's like, wow, never knew that. So yeah, but I'm not totally yuck at it, but and it's very heavily weathered, so I'm not keen on that part, but yeah.
Well,
I can't work out if there's any words, actually specific words on the graffiti, or if it's just letters joined together, or I don't know. It's just, yeah. But
well,
you'll
I think
see
it
what
looks nice. I like it.
It's different, and that's why I thought, yeah.
Yeah.
And when I bought it, it comes with that other shell, so yeah. And that was what pictures I put in the group. But it's different, so yeah. I like different.
Okay. What is everyone's favourite loco they've got as I scan around, because I need to find mine, obviously?
Favourite? Gee, that's
Yeah.
hard for me, because I've got a lot.
GG1 sitting right in front of me.
Yeah, GG1's nice, yeah.
What's the GG one look like?
What does it look like? Let's see if I can show you what it looks like real quick.
And
Oh
is
my
that the
god,
one?
the effort people are going to, holy shit.
Has that got the pantograph in it? Yeah.
Yeah, the pantographs.
Oh, okay, yeah. I know what you're talking about now.
Yep.
Yeah, they're all right.
Okay, cool. Yeah.
These are electric.
Yep. It's all electric. I have no overhead wires. So earthquake.
Cody, what's your favourite?
I am undecided. Right now, it's probably this.
Really? Oh. I don't mean like that's wrong or anything. I just mean you've only just created it, and suddenly it's your favourite.
Well, that's why I create them, because that's
fair enough.
These works of art.
I don't know if I'd say that.
Well, everything painted these days, isn't it? A work of art. That's how they get away with putting a crazy price on it and putting it in their shops. Oh, look, I dropped a tin of paint. I'll just drop another tin of paint on top. Oh, look, it's a work of art. It's worth $3,000. Woo! Oh, my sister does it.
It only does that when you actually die. Then it's worth something. While you're alive, it's not worth anything.
No, my sister does it. She sold one. It'd be on like a B3, not an A4, the next size up or whatever it is. She told me the other week, she literally dropped a tin, and then she got 2 more tins on purpose to do more splats on it. She took it to an art show, won second prize, and she sold it for $3,500. And it's like,
Nice.
Seriously? I could do that.
ENS South, 7421 South, approaching CP 3370, 830 MPH, main 1 out.
Train coming? Is a train coming? Well, I found this.
Bring it on.
My favourite was that PA1, Hudson, Delaware. Delaware Hudson.
That's the front
The
page.
Dudson.
The Dudson, yeah.
What, the PA one?
I
Yeah.
think for now, this one is my favourite. I just love this thing. It's just got so much detail. I know it's a smelly diesel. Sorry, Tim, but
I'm just having fun with that. But yeah,
I just love everything about this. The colour's great, the detail's great.
diesel.
It's just a great loco.
I think my favorite of yours, Dave, is Heritage Rio Grande.
That's very close, to be honest. But I don't know. There's just something about this one because it's real. You know, well, the Heritage one's real as well, but they use these a lot in the States, right? They're fairly common, but quite a bold paint scheme. But it works so good.
But that's what was it? That was a celebration paint job, though, wasn't it?
The Rio Grande one is it's a sort of.
No, the one you just holding up there, that flag and everything was for a celebration or something.
No, that's normal. Believe it or not, there's loads of them going around like that.
Yeah,
I thought
that's
that was a centenary type one of. That's why the flag's done like it is because it was for some special reason or something.
No,
nope. Them are
just because
standard.
America.
Yeah, them are standard Union Pacific paints.
Because I love myself. Oh, sorry.
Okay, sorry about that. That almost got ugly there for a minute.
Is that you just back from the toilet?
Yeah, it is.
Oh, you're not well.
All right, Randall, Dave would like to know what's your favourite loco, train, whatever.
Ooh. Having grown up here in this area, we're probably going to hit the Wayback Machine to the early to mid '90s, and it had to be the C30-7s that BNSF predecessor Burlington Northern had. Those were such neat engines. They had a sound. They had a great sound to them. They looked good. Those were probably my favorites. Of course, back in those days, it would have been hard to pick a favorite. I mean, they had just about anything under the sun you could think of from both GE and EMD. So, I mean, they had the SD40-2s. Even the Dash 9s, I like those a lot. And the current engines, you know, the Tier 4 Gevos are really nice, and the SD70 ACEs. So
clear as mud. Thank you.
Nose type stuff. Yeah, okay.
So I'm seeing comments in the chat. Why don't these people just join us? What's wrong? Are you chicken? You're room for one more.
Cam, and they don't want to show their ugly mug online like we do.
We're quite happy to show
We're
our
not
ugly mug.
all happy with our ugly mugs like you are.
And there is a train coming because there's a crew inside, so there will be some shows up here in a little bit.
So, Randall, do you have to sit there all night to make sure everything goes smooth, or can you be kind of off-site and do it?
I didn't catch that last part.
Do you have to stay there all night like that in the vehicle to oversee, or can you be off-site doing it at home or whatever?
When you work a yard shift, you pretty much have to be at least near where a radio is. So if a crew contacts you for a pickup, you can answer them and find out where they're going and whatnot. But so in a way, it like I said, as long as you're close to a radio, either inside the depot or here in the van, you're in pretty good shape. That doesn't mean you can't get out and talk to anybody, but
so you can't take your radio with you and go shopping or do things like that?
I mean, yeah, we oh, you're talking about like if we need to go get something to eat? Yeah, we can do that. It's not very far.
Yeah. No, I just wondered if you have to stay within the local proximity of the yard or not.
Yeah. The store, you know, if we need something to eat, you know, there's a McDonald's basically a quarter of a mile from here. You basically go over the tracks at the rail. Oh, here comes the train now. You basically go over the tracks over the bridge here, and the McDonald's is right there across 63 Highway. So, and then there's a grocery store there. There's a Walmart. I mean, yeah.
So you're not really stuck to the yard as such.
No, you're not. You're not really stuck to the yard. No. Basically, what I am is a radius van.
Yep. Okay. And you're on call. Yeah, I get it now. Yep.
I'm getting hungry again.
Crew, yeah?
I've still got sausages upstairs.
Yep, these guys will get off. This is this train. This train will have a Springfield, Missouri crew on it. So the Springfield crew will get off the train, load their stuff into that van sitting right over there, and he'll take them to the hotel, or I will, depending on whichever one of us is gone at the time. And then the crew that's inside the depot will get on the train, take it to Memphis, Tennessee. So the direction this train is going is south.
Oh, interesting. Okay. And are they usually like 2-man crews or 3 or 4? Or
Yes. It can vary. It can vary depending on the train. Most of the time, I'd say probably 90 to 95% is 2-man crews. The exceptions would be the local, which is a 4-man crew, and the rock train that runs out of Valley Stone, Arkansas, which is just north of Black Rock, in between Black Rock and Imboden, Arkansas. That train will generally have 3 to 4 crew members as well.
And is that usually all those people in the cab or the engine control area, or are they in another carriage or somewhere else?
No, they're on the head end of that train.
Okay.
So, we got a northbound coming now. So we're going to have 2 crew changes at the same time.
Oh, yeah, there it is. Yeah, it's just interesting, that's all. Like, I know a certain amount about trains, I'm sure others do, but it's interesting to find out the details, sort of, yeah.
And this is how this line works. You may sit here 3 hours and get nothing, and then all of a sudden it's just like it flips a light switch. This bus loose, and you could get 8-10 trains within the span of in that same time frame.
Wow.
So
I suppose they've got to do it somewhere, don't they?
yeah. Now the northbound train that you see there, that's a Thayer crew, so they live here in town, so they won't need the yard van. They'll just basically unload their stuff, put it in their own vehicle, and drive to their house. And then the crew that's getting on that train is a Springfield crew, so they'll basically take it to their home terminal.
So the other crews come from that area, they stay a night or whatever, and then or their break time and go back the other way.
Yeah, the Springfield crews, they stay in a hotel that's about 2 miles from here. So when they get ready to get on, or when they get called for a train, the VR van will go get them at the hotel, bring them back to the depot, and then they'll get on the train, take it to Springfield. So.
Cool. All right, thank you for that info. That's great.
Yep.
Inner workings. So, just another question. When they're away from the trains and they're at the motel, that's in their time off, sort of, or is that within a sleep time within their shift?
I don't really know because it varies, but it's in that neighborhood of 8 to 12 hours is what I was told. But they've got this new rest cycle thing going on, and I don't really know how it works. And so I can't really give you an answer on that on how this new deal they got currently works. But generally it's 8 to 12 hours of rest time, depending on traffic levels.
Yeah, okay. Cool. All right, thank you.
Yeah, when I worked on the T, we had a 10-hour rule. We had to have 10 hours off between shifts.
Right.
That's way.
This was a big priority on the T. I think
it is close to that 12 hours in the 8, but that's why I kind of give give a little bit of range there.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
with
that's
the
like we have with trucks and stuff as well. Interstate truck driving, you've got a minimum 10 hours away. Yeah.
yep,
Yeah.
that's same way it is here, Tim. It is 10 hours.
It used to be a 6-hour rule. When I first started with the team, it was a 6-hour rule. You had to have 6 hours off between shifts. But, you know, by the time you go back and forth to your house, you just, you know, that's just not enough time. So they ended up having to increase it to 10 hours.
Correct, it isn't. You're supposed
Yeah,
to be
even for us van drivers, I mean, when this place was really hopping, when I first got on here back in 2019, this is just right before they started implementing precision scheduled railroading. It was not uncommon for me to be working 80 hours a week.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's
you pretty well knew when you got off duty, you had to get home, get your 8-hour rest, because you were pretty well getting called out the minute you come back on the board. So,
yeah. The T was basically a 24-hour operation.
right.
And, you know, operators could, you know, they could work, you know, Friday evening, and then have to come back Saturday morning. You know, so they had to make, they had, you know, the minimum off, you know, time off between shifts.
Now, the way this is going to work, this train that's sitting closest to us right now, it's going to have to wait for this northbound to clear because, in case you missed it, the double track ends about 1,000 to 1,500 feet from where we're sitting, and they go back to a single track CTC.
Yeah, I was going to ask you about that. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say that where these two trains are sitting, this one's sitting on main 1, the other one's sitting on main 2. This double track will run to about 33 to about milepost 3351, which is right when it gets to the meat of the grade, and then it goes back to the single track again. So they have about roughly a 5 to 6 mile stretch of double track.
Okay. Now it seems like it's been, you know, a pretty, you know, heavy line there. Do they have a pretty, you know, a specific headway between trains? It's like, okay, yeah, you're leaving now. The next train can't leave here for another 20 minutes or whatever. You know, that kind of thing.
I'm going to be dead serious with you. It depends on who the dispatcher is.
Oh.
I mean that's the only answer I can give you because there's certain dispatchers that the crews really don't like dealing with because they'll put the screws to them, and then there's some they'll actually run them, and they'll keep the traffic flow going.
I understand how that works. Yeah, I've been there. Yeah.
I mean, I know that sounds like a bizarre answer to some people, but that's literally how this place works.
I believe that makes perfect sense to me. It does. Yeah. Because, you know, there were a lot of operators that wanted to get out as soon as possible. Look, let me take you to the bus and go. But then, you know, you'd have the inspector or Dave take you. We call them the pull-out inspector.
Yep. Okay. And by the way, you just saw some of the guys running there to grab some water for that train. So, but
all right, the pull-out inspector would have to make sure everybody adhered to their times. You know.
Hey, what's in that little bright room?
Oh, Dave, come on!
It's a giant cooler.
Catch up, Dave. We talked about that when the last lot of trains were here.
That's what houses the cases of water for those guys on the train to drink.
Oh, nice.
Dave, you're really quick, aren't you? You're listening to the stream, Dave. Yeah, right.
And another thing too, if there's like a problem, I've told this story a couple of times, but I was sitting right where that van was sitting one day, and there was a train sitting there right where that one was sitting. And as they took off, I just happened to look, and their second motor, they only had 2 motors on that train. their second locomotive had oil pouring out the side of it. And I radioed that crew and I said, I'm probably not about to make you guys' day. I said, but your second engine has oil running out the side of it. I said, it's covered in oil. Well, about a mile up the tracks, their train had just cleared, and I heard him on the radio. The engineer called the dispatcher and said the conductor can't even get to the cab of the engine because there's so much oil on the walkways. I guess the locomotive had blown up somewhere between Memphis and Thayer, and they had to shut it down.
So you warned them and they just ignored you, yeah?
No, they didn't ignore me. They tried to. The conductor actually went to try to shut the engine down, but he couldn't get inside because there's so much oil in it. On it.
When they joined together, you have control of that.
So what they had to do, they had to stop the train, shut the engine down, and then they called the dispatcher and said, we're going to need another engine on this train, or we can't make to get over 3351 at or get over the hill at Koshkanon, which is the next town to the north of us. And the dispatcher said, well, okay, let me ask the chief. So how they have to do it, they have to ask the chief dispatcher. Then they have to go to whoever's above that, I guess, which would be the yard master, train master. I don't know who it is, but and then they have to get permission to have a new motor put on that train, or have an engine pulled off another train to put on theirs. But anyway, that whole rigmarole went on for about 30 minutes or so. Finally, the dispatcher come back and said, well, the chief wants to know if he can make it over the hill with just the one motor. And that engineer came back over there and said, you are no bear. And that said, we can't make it up that hill with one engine and a dead motor. And that, I think he said, like an 8,000 foot long vehicle train, which is the auto rack train that you saw, similar to the one you saw earlier in the stream. But yeah, that's basically how things go sometimes. It can get pretty wild.
It looks like they're getting ready to go because I saw a puff of smoke coming out of that lead loco then.
That's actually the other train that's sitting on track 3, the yard track.
Oh, okay.
There's actually 3 trains. As you're looking at this yard now, there's 3 trains sitting here. You can't see the other one because of this one in front of us. But there's a ballast train sitting on the other side of this one, or a work train or a rock train, depending on how the crews call it. But yeah, there's a -9 on that train, and it does not sound very healthy. So.
But I thought I saw the smoke come out of the.
Yeah, that's what you're seeing. That's the smoke off that motor that's sitting in the yard island.
Oh, so it's still running, sitting there, right?
It's still running. Shoot, there's one time they brought a unit sand train in and parked it here in the yard and left it sit till it ran out of fuel. They had to bring trucks in to refuel it.
Oh, okay. I thought, because when you said about they had all the brakes locked on and everything, I thought the thing would be shut down, turned off, everything. But
yeah.
So it's still running, is it?
Yeah.
Or it's just like the alternate, the spare little Jenny type motors running, whatever you call it. Sorry.
Oh, there's got some graffiti drawn on the side of it right there.
So someone's turning up on the other side.
That there's got a little graffiti on the side of it.
Yes, it does.
Someone doesn't like the writing, so they've crossed it out.
And that's actually the old scheme on that third motor.
Oh, we got 3 locos on that one. Oh, okay.
Yeah. That scheme there is the current one. The one on this third motor is the previous scheme. So BNSF has 3. Well, technically they have 4 different paint schemes if you, depending on who you talk to. But the fourth one is basically a clone of this scheme, except the BNSF lettering's changed a little bit, and they kind of altered some of the shades of the colors of silver on the trucks and stuff. But other than that, it's basically a clone of that scheme.
And what about the drivers? Do all drivers know how to drive all of the trains, or they're only ticketed for certain trains?
Say that again.
Are all the drivers usually able to run all the trains, or do they only have a train that they can run, or whatever?
How it works, they have to be qualified to run a given train. If they're not qualified, they can't run it.
Yeah, like
so
after the train.
Yeah, each train has an engineer and a conductor now. Some of the guys can work either or. They can be either a conductor or an engineer, depending on their certification. So,
Well, it depends on what seat you sit in, isn't it?
do what?
Doesn't that depend on which seat, on the left or the right, you sit?
The engineer will always be on the right hand side on these engines.
Because that's where the steering wheel is.
Yeah, the steering wheel. Yeah, the steering wheel. Yeah.
But I've actually walked. I was just gonna say I've actually walked alongside these engines, and I can look up into the cab windows and see the control stand. So.
And the controller's the guy with the little hat, Dave, and usually walk around collecting tickets.
But a lot of these engines now, these new ones, they have what they call a trip optimizer, which is basically a glorified version of cruise control. So basically, the engineer nowadays just has to make sure he blows the whistle to crossing, rings the bell, basically make sure nothing goes crazy and all that sort of jazz.
So do they have stay awake things like we do here in Australia, that every 2 minutes or whatever it is in a set time you've got to push a button to make sure the driver's still awake?
I think that's how it works. I'm not sure though.
Because we have them here, they have a button usually to the left on their left hand. So they've got the brake and the motion control on the right, and the little button on their left.
If I remember correctly, a friend of mine that ran trains just retired from a Canadian national. He said they still had like a dead man switch or whatever. You had to hit it like every 10 or 15 minutes to reset it, or it will throw the train in emergency.
Yeah. Oh, I've got a little story about a train and a dead man switch. The T operates a subway line, the red line. And the subway trains have a dead man switch. Well, they actually have to apply pressure to the throttle in order to keep the train running. Well, what the operators would do is they tie that throttle down. They take a cord and they tie it straight down so they didn't have to keep putting pressure on it, and they'd operate the train with the brake. What happened was one of the operators got off at the station, and he went to go to the restroom or check a signal. Well, he says he was checking the signal, so he's probably going to the restroom or whatever. Anyways, the throttle was still tied down, and he didn't have the brake on. The only thing holding the train back were the open subway doors. There's a door interlock that the car can't move with the doors open. And that was the only thing keeping the train in place, was the doors being open.
Huh.
Got out of the cab, got off the train, reached in the driver's window, and shut the doors to the subway train. As soon as those doors closed, the subway train took off. It had passengers on it. Unmanned, nobody in the cab, took off, left the station, right? The train went, I think, 6-7 miles before they could stop it. What they had to do was they had to kill the power to the third rail, because it's an electric subway train. They had to kill the power to the third rail, and the train just coasted to a stop. And then they had to get somebody out there to the train, to get on it, and you know.
Oh, that one's getting ready to leave.
But
Northbound.
actually, a YouTube video. If you look up MBTA Redline runaway train or whatever it is, there's actually video of it, and it's just tearing through the stations one after another. You know, with nobody on it.
Wow.
Well, passengers on it, but nobody in the cab, rather.
Northbound's moving.
If I remember, the old CSX Crazy 8s happened like 30 miles away from here.
Yeah, the Crazy Eights one. Yeah.
Yeah.
That was what that movie was based on. It was
Unstoppable.
Unstoppable. Yeah, something like that. The locomotive was 777 or something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah. Well, isn't that where they got the idea for the movie? So yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
And was it actually just that guy trying to jump on that was actually doing all the work and stopped it, or is that just fictitious movie stuff?
So the real one, if I remember correctly, was the train was going a little too fast, so the engineer went to go flip the switch, but he forgot to change the setting for the dynamic brake, so instead of putting the dynamic brake on, he put the throttle in full.
Easy mistakes to make.
Because it was just
The
supposed
red
to be.
lever or the green lever, wouldn't it?
What was that?
The red or the green lever?
Yeah, the northbound is.
Yep.
That's either a Q or an S train. I don't know which. They're similar trains, but they have two different symbols. So.
Oh, he's going off to pick up the other crew now, or change over.
Yeah.
Oh, you're just jealous, Dave, aren't you? That's why you're running your train now. Because you're jealous.
Yeah. It's almost like I'm actually there.
Dave's got to run a train. Just look, see? He's just got to run his train.
Yep.
And another thing these engines do, they have a fuel saving measure where they can automatically shut themselves down, and they'll kind of cycle on and off as they sit here.
I'm just changing the view so I can pick my nose in peace.
Nice. Oh, that'll take a while, won't it?
Oh yeah, there's loads of bogies up there.
Oh, no.
The right side, yeah. It's all right, Jim. We don't want to. We've seen it once before.
La.
Jim,
Night,
when
Joe.
you get 10 outs, when you got to worry.
Yeah, what's Cody playing with?
Fingers.
What's that?
Piece of tape.
Yeah, because he wants to shut Dave up.
Yep.
Gotta have that 200-mile-an-hour tape.
That's you can't see me tape.
I'm starving. Should I make more sausages? Oh no, I'll put them in the freezer. Damn it.
Oh, damn.
You and sausages, Dave.
I know. No one likes a cold sausage.
And you pick on us for being rude and crude. Jeez, you got a one-track mind, mate, I tell you. Pity your missus doesn't like the sausage as often as you do. Oh, sorry, I couldn't resist that one. Jim's sitting there saying, la, la, la.
Oh, that's a good idea, Harley. I do have bacon and sausages. Pigs in
That
blankets.
sounds good.
That's pigs and bacon, isn't it? Yeah.
I could go for a good bacon sausage sandwich.
Oh, bangers and mash.
Bangers
Had
and
that
mash.
for dinner tonight.
Yes.
Bangers and mash, we had that as kids. And
Had
lots
it
of
tonight.
tomatoes.
Basically, you make a big giant bowl of mashed potato, slap it on a plate, and then you have to stick the sausages in them pointing up the way.
And then we had leftover potato mash cooked up the next morning on a skillet. Mum used to make the potato into little patties and put them on the skillet and cook them up for breakfast. That's what
yeah.
the hash browns. Yeah.
Did she add some flour to it and salt and pepper? That's potato scones, or at least that's what we called it.
Yeah, like in their own little jacket. Yeah. Well, that's the English sort of thing for doing all that sort of stuff, because that's heritage, isn't it?
Good night, Bakey Bean.
Night, Bakey. 4 a.m. Ah, it's only nearly 3 o'clock here in the afternoon. Plenty of time.
68 degrees still. Oh, dang it, I got to take my medicine. Almost forgot about that.
I did forget about that.
I'm trying to get over all this madness.
But Dave, look at that loco going around on its own. How about you put some carriages behind it?
No.
Gee.
Well, I'm kind of surprised we haven't had to double up a coal train yet tonight. Of course, it's still night's still young, but
Yeah, I think somewhere in the UK now. Hang on, I'll get my clock out, because I've got pens in the UK.
Get your what out?
My clock out! Jeez! See, hey, exactly. Once again, down in the gutter. And you're picking on me.
I think he's disappointed that you're only getting your time checker out.
Yeah, London, 3:57 a.m. There you go, get stuck. Well, it's only 23:57 in Toronto. You have to change your slippers soon, Dave. It's nearly the witching hour.
It's 11:57 here, and for Dave.
it's almost 11 here.
Well, Dave will slippers in a minute.
Yeah, I'm gonna end the stream at midnight because I need to get food and make a video because I've been a lazy bastard and I've not made a video in like 4 days.
I keep wondering each day where that video is, and it never came.
Well, I figure after this train clears, this southbound will leave. So.
Mr. Mopar's in the chat.
Who? Oh, Glenn's here.
Mopar. He's the only person in front of me time-wise because he's in New Zealand.
So he's in your future.
Yes, only just. By an hour. Hey, how are you?
And by the way, all the switches on this line are controlled by the dispatchers in Fort Worth, Texas.
How many miles away is that?
I have no idea, but it's a lot. I've been to Amarillo, and that was a 9-hour drive from here, Amarillo, Texas.
So a couple of 100 Ks, give or take.
Oh,
Yeah, it's almost 600 miles
yeah,
from here. I think it's 570 some miles.
530.
Play, doesn't it now? More so.
Well, was all the reason I got sent there was it's kind of a long story and Scott Rails knows this because I got first sent to Springfield, Missouri for a month as a bar out. That didn't pan out so hot. Then they had a derailment in Lincoln, Nebraska, where they derailed 57 cars in the mid-train DPUs, and I had to go up there and assist up there for a few days. And then they called me again, wanted me to go to Amarillo, Texas, because of a collision between two trains. There was a parked stack train, and then I guess one behind it run up behind it and slammed into the back of it and tore up a bunch of stuff. So I got sent to Amarillo, Texas there for a few days, and then finally I came back about 2.5, 3 weeks ago. So.
Okay. Cool. Thanks, Corky. What time's it there, Jim?
It is midnight right here. I'm on the same time zone as Dave and Corky.
Okay. Hello, would you like fries for that?
I'll have 2 pepperoni, a meat feast,
Would you
and
like
a
that?
Hawaiian.
Like that delivered?
It's Thursday, Veterans Day.
Yeah, that one's getting ready to leave too.
Next worker.
Did you say you're having a meat test, Dave?
Hey, Dave,
Right,
I've
folks.
got
I
to
think.
do everything for me, right?
Right. For me, at least, it's time to call it a night. I think 4 hours is enough. Wait a minute, 3 hours. 3 hours.
There
No,
you go.
4 hours. Jeez, forgotten.
Cody, get that dollar ready.
Yeah.
Time
See,
to
we
call it.
can't do that because we're in the thing with him. We can't do any of that. It takes the fun out of that. See,
No, wait, the train's.
another time
I'll
going.
watch the train before I go. Before we go, right? Train
Yeah,
leaving.
the time's
Bye-bye,
right,
train.
Dave. That'll take another half an hour, so that'll be 4.5 hours. So you need to lay around for another half an hour to make it an even 5. See?
No. No, I'm not doing this again. Not until Sunday at least.
Oh, Sunday at least.
Sunday, yes.
I'd say them guys there is going to be in a hurry to get to Memphis.
Oh!
No, I'm not falling for it. You can take that money back, Corky. Give it a go for it.
You give refunds. Hey, just out of curiosity, Dave, when somebody does put that money in for you, does that come into a box or somewhere within YouTube, or how does that, or do you want to talk about that outside of it? I'm just curious. Dave's busy looking at his phones, obviously.
Oh, I'm trapped now.
That's all right, Corky. How do we close the chat with him or if you're on his own like we did last time?
Oh, take over his stream.
Yeah.
Right, what were you saying? You were asking me about what happens to the.
I'm just curious. I don't know whether you want to talk about it in here or not, but I'm just curious to know when somebody gives you some money, how does that get to you, or what's the process? Curious, but... Oh, Jim, wow. So you've got monitors there. And that's your phone setup. Oh, okay, cool.
Let's see.
Somebody's saying this to you.
Here we go. That's my my CTC panel.
Oh, okay.
Goodness, that's complex.
Computer monitors, right on here.
Oh,
Okay.
I just dropped out. Okay.
No, you're still here.
Oh, the JMRI dropped out.
2 computers for that, or you're running...
I got 3 monitors here. 3 monitors, and let's see. Come on, get JMRI. Pop back up here. Where are you?
Yeah, but it's using a dual output and the third output.
Oh, I can't see my own camera angle here. Here we go. Yeah, this is that's my computer right here.
Yeah.
And that's my CTC panel. So all the signals and switches on here. I just point and click, that kind of thing.
Them guys are in a hurry.
I'm sorry, Dave wants to go. He's hungry. I shouldn't have done this, but I thought I'd just throw this up there real quick.
Well, we can do there's another thing, another subject we can do, Dave, of show us how you control your train tonight, sort of.
Yeah.
Cool.
That's amazing. I actually don't remember seeing your layout before.
Jim, you can show us how another time.
Yeah, another time.
Cool. I'll be interested to see that.
I can't believe you waited 4 hours to show us that, for goodness sake.
He didn't want you to leave.
You were too busy
They're not
talking
messing around, boys.
You had every opportunity to introduce that to us. Right.
No,
Anyway,
no.
so the quick answer is it just goes into the YouTube bank, if you like, and then at the end of the month they decide if you're going to get any of it because they're bastards. So
Oh, so like if I send like that $2 I sent, you don't get it until like the end of the month?
correct.
Oh wow, I didn't know that.
And I don't even get it at the end of the month. I get it 2 weeks
There it
after the
goes.
end of the month.
Oh.
Ah, and they take tax and all that shit out of it as well beforehand.
YouTube takes a little cut out of super chats, but they take like 40% out of any ad revenue.
Wow.
But to be fair, if YouTube didn't exist, I wouldn't make any money. So
Right.
plus
But-
all these, can you imagine the servers they need to store all these videos that people upload constantly?
Well, I
That
have
must cost a
servers all
fortune.
around the world, so there's servers here in Melbourne. I know that.
But yeah, I figured with the super chats, I figured you would have got it like almost immediately.
Nope. So they tally up how much you've made at the end of the month, and then generally you get paid out in the 21st or the 22nd of the next month. It's actually 3 weeks after they tally.
You can't change that because, like, I know in eBay I can change when they do the payouts. I can set it to after they've paid me or within a month or whatever. So you can't change that in YouTube.
No, because they have to get all the money from the advertisers first. So once YouTube gets paid, and then they take their cut and make sure that they are actually proper views, because I don't want to get into it. But YouTube, one time I was on my other channel a couple of years ago, I was getting say 2,000 views a day regularly for 6 months, and then in October suddenly I was getting 5 views a day. And I'm like, what's going on here? And they're saying, oh, there's been a readjustment of your views. And I was like, what does that mean? It's like, oh, well, and it was all automated bullshit answers. There's nothing you can do about it, you know. You could try and take them to court.
Yeah,
But,
it's really good way
so you're at the mercy of whatever YouTube decides to give you.
Wow.
But not when it comes to super chats, because that's obviously real, because it's coming straight out of someone's account, you know.
So that's direct money from that person to you.
Exactly.
But they still take a percentage of that, though, don't they?
It's only a small cut. It's really just an admin fee, to be fair.
Well, that's not too bad then. So you made $1.10 the other week.
Well, for you,
You know?
you only gave me $1 last week, so
Yeah,
maybe made 80 cents.
So you got 80 cents. Yeah, okay.
But hey, it's 80 cents in my wallet instead of yours, so yay!
Yep.
It's not in mine. It came out of my eBay account, so it's not in mine yet anyway. It's what someone bought off me. I just transferred it through PayPal. Not a problem. But yeah, I get how it works. Okay, cool. I was just curious.
Yep.
Oh, Randall's off walking somewhere.
I hope he's not going to the toilet again.
He doesn't sound too well, did he?
No, he needs to see a doctor. No, he said he's got medication, so I think he'll be okay.
Or maybe just different cigarettes.
He walked over to Tim's house, the trash can.
Yeah. He went to put the cat in the bag, literally. Because the cat got out.
Did he put his initials on it?
Yeah, that too. With the texture, so you can't rub it off. Oh, well. I suppose at the end of the day, you've got to have some sort of...
Okay, let's see if we can decipher this comment from Derek Savoy. We can't send home and make videos like y'all. Do we actually live that
Can't
life?
stay at home and make videos like everyone. Do you actually live a life? Do you actually have a life? I don't know.
see, not as easy as you thought, is it?
It's American fucking English shit. It's American. It's like, come on.
Right, let's try again. Right. We can't all stay home and make videos like y'all, okay?
We can't stay home.
Okay, we can't stay home and make videos like y'all.
No, that's American.
Do we actually live it life? Do you actually have a life? No. Do we?
I think the do is where it's throwing everything off. I think it's we actually live at life.
I don't
Like-
think live at life. Maybe I think it's supposed to be have a life.
Have a life.
Maybe, yeah.
Have a
Because
life.
we don't have a life, because we're just
No.
people that are old. I'd say this person's a bit young, looking at the picture.
Hello,
No,
Mr. Everything.
Message up. Oh, yeah. He just flipped it up, well and truly flipped it up.
You know what it is? He is palm piloting it,
Or he's
and
typing it
he's not checking his autocorrect. That's what it is.
all on his phone. Hang on, I'll have a look.
I was just going to say something to Derek there. My job's a bit unusual because I sort of am an employee of the railroad, but I'm also not really an employee of the railroad. The company I drive for is contracted with them, with BNSF. So I'm technically not a direct employee of the railroad, but still, I mean, it's a good job.
It sounds like the territorial army of railroading.
Yeah, well, if you can put up,
Oh, no, the home
with
guard,
your shenanigans,
You call it home guard in
it's
the
all
US.
right.
Well, if you don't do it, somebody else has got to do it. So you could either be stuck in a little office or you can be in your car. At least you've got a bit of freedom. At least you're still doing the job, aren't you?
Yeah.
So I guess that's a bonus that you can come and go as long as you save, like you said earlier. As long as I've got a radio in my
The way I see it, Randall gets paid to railfan. That's awesome. What a great job.
Yeah. And occasionally answer
When it's not super busy, yeah, it is. When it's busy, you don't have time to rail fan. You're on the go constantly. So,
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah.
I've literally had shifts where from the time I got here to the time I left, it's just been pedal to the metal all from start to finish. You're just on the move constantly.
Yep.
And sometimes you'll be taking. I was just going to say, sometimes you'll be taking a crew and the dispatcher call and say, "We need you to go to Wynn or Kosh or Baker or somewhere like that and get a crew." And I'm like, "I've already got a crew. I'll have to wait till I drop them off before I can do that."
So, Randall, I'm guessing you don't have your own YouTube Railfan channel?
I've got my own YouTube channel, yeah.
Oh, okay. Is it Railfanning by any chance?
No, it's model
There's
railroad.
some on there.
Sorry, I'm staring.
I'm going to hit the record button while I'm waiting for a train. While I'm waiting for a crew, I mean.
Yeah. Oh, here we go. Derek's replied. I actually do, and I mean no disrespect to all of you guys. I watch all of you guys on the regular, but don't discredit Randall. I'm lost with that last bit. But okay.
Well, you see, Randall is actually working. He's actually has a job. Yeah, I'm just sitting here doing nothing. You know, my career is over. You know,
Well, that's the same with me. I'm a disabled veteran, so I'm disabled. I can't do a job that I used to do as a firefighter, so I'm at home and, yeah, I make videos and make a few extra dollars on top. So, yeah, it's better than sitting there Google watching TV all day or doing crosswords or something. At least I'm doing something that I'm passionate about and I'm having fun. And that's what
that's
day.
exactly it.
And that's it. And you just have to do it like you're making a couple extra dollars while doing it. Why not? I reckon, especially nowadays, if you've got the means of making a couple extra dollars, why not? It helps you buy square sandwiches.
Personally, I hate sitting at home doing nothing all day, but I don't have a choice in it.
Yeah, and that's the same with me. Like, I'm dealing with severe mental depression and anxiety and all that, and I don't leave the house. I'm kind of like that video that's out years ago from the lady, what's her name? I can't that does the computer stuff, that she gets everything delivered to her front door and stuff. That's kind of me. I do eBay everything, delivered to the door. I go shopping online. My shopping is coals online. It's all delivered to the door because I can't physically go to the shop. I can't physically push a shopping trolley down the shopping aisle and shit like that. I can't walk that kind of distance considerably for an hour or half an hour or whatever, and then stand in line I can't physically do that because I was hurt. So yeah. I'd rather be out working. I'd rather be doing the firefighting job than what I love. I'd be rather there today, now, doing it. I love that job, but I just can't.
Same.
Yeah. Yeah, I just think today's society, because they just need to, some people are a bit too much old school, I don't know, but I think society, there's so many different options and avenues, and I suppose more so with Facebook and TikTok and all that, you're starting to see more of these different options that people can look into. If you can't do your normal job, well, it's like the people during COVID, but so many people proved you can do a job from home. Why do you need to be in an office? Classic example. Yeah.
My son James, he works from home now. And when COVID came about, they said, okay, work online from home. And he hasn't gone back to the office since. He's been working online from home.
I know many people that way now.
The government here is making companies bring people back to the offices because too many office spaces are being paid for and no one in them. And the government's making companies bring people back to the office. I think it's wrong, but yeah. Yeah, I'd rather be at work instead of stuck here at the house and I'm not in a wheelchair, luckily, but I'm not far off that side of it at times. I can be on the couch for a week at a time in severe pain, taking tablets because I am in severe pain, and I hobble around the house because of my severe back pain that I do get. And then other days I just hobble around and people say, oh, what are you hobbling for? Oh, hello, burn, it's my back. But I don't leave the house most of the time. I don't leave for up to 2 weeks at a time unless I've got an appointment. So, yeah. And that's where I get a little bit gripey at some people. Oh, and this and that. It's like, well, sorry, buddy, but if you're in my situation, what would you be doing?
What a bunch of miserable old bastards we've become. Come
We
on.
are. Yeah, we are.
I'm the same. I've
That's
got
the answer to shut the screen.
the whole back thing. But this is all Derek's fault. We were having a great time and you've just brought us all down. Actually, to be fair, I was about to end the stream anyway, so.
Oh, we got 22 minutes out of that. Now what, Corky?
Stop. The end is nigh. We have gone on an extra 18 minutes over what.
Dave needs to change his slippers.
Cody, step away from the computer. I can see your hands moving.
Nope.
Okay. Right. I'm going to end this now. That's quite enough.
Okay, gentlemen, it was nice talking to you.
Thank you very much, Jim. And we will try and remember your name next time.
Thank you, Randall, for your information. It's been very helpful. Thank you.
Yep, no problem.
Oh,
We get to see him.
yeah, Randall. Yeah, nice to see you, man. Nice to meet you.
Yeah, nice to meet you too.
What was
Say
that, Tim?
again?
Why do you have a mask on when you're in your own car?
Just to keep from breathing all over everything, so I don't have to wipe everything off.
Yeah. I'm sure there's other people that drive his car. I get it.
Okay.
And when I've got crews with me too, I don't want to be spreading
Yep.
that, spreading my sickness all over the place. So,
Plus, it hides his ugly face, which is helpful for us.
exactly. That one, if I ever act like a crazy person, nobody can see it.
Yeah. We don't all want to look like Dave, do we?
Fuck off.
They can only see my eyes.
You didn't just
That's
drop
bad
the F-bomb, did you?
No, it was fudge off. No, there's nothing
Fudge
like that word.
We don't want to look like Dave by any chance, do we? What, you only just worked out why I had my hair like this today? Come on.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, let's get a look at everybody's hair now.
Oh, stop it.
No,
Right?
I do this.
Ben, I've got to get to work now anyway. Got to try and earn a few pennies for tomorrow.
Piss off.
Good night, everyone, and especially Derek for bringing up that fantastic topic we just wasted time
Thank
on.
you, everybody. It was fun as always. Don't forget.
Thank you.
See you guys.
Good night,
See you.
everybody.
I'll drop off here. Bye.
Enjoyed it. All right. See you guys.
I'm ending this now.